You can change that in the setting.
I got a notification from the YouTube. I got a I've seen some YouTube shorts with him with some Joe Rogan it was I think, but those were just YouTube shorts and I didn't see it very much. And soon after that, someone who I trust because he is pretty smart told me um, you should avoid his content because he's intellectually dishonest. So hmm.
Uh, I've known about Neil deGrasse Tyson for 20 years at this point because he used to host a show called Nova on the public broadcasting station, and it taught us about the universe, how uh, the the BCE CE crap, and to continue using BC and AD. What? Oh yeah,
Can
it's
you
catching our
Yeah,
audio.
Yeah, it
we can
gets
hear
through
you.
to you. Ah, there it is. There it is. Thank you, Minimundus, for letting me know that my mic was not getting through. Because it got into Discord, but OBS wasn't catching it. That sometimes happens. I do not know why. I have to be attentive to see that that bar isn't going up. So sorry, Sarah. Can you repeat what you said? Because that probably got cut off as well as I was replugging the cables.
I was sitting here listening to it. It got everything up to where I was saying the BCE, CE crap for how they want to change how we look at the time scale of human life and the world. Um, which I actually agree with him on because his reasoning was the calendar that we use today is the Gregorian calendar, and it was created by a Christian monk who had the most pinpoint accuracy that we can do as humans for measuring time of the year.
I will note that the Gregorian calendar is a masterpiece with regards to, as you said. So, yeah.
All right.
Like, we're never going to get it pinpointed to that degree.
All right.
Where we have a calendar that we can use all
Yeah.
year.
Mm-hmm.
I would still not be opposed to some nonsense calendar that just does every month for 30 days and then we have the rest of the days free at the end. Which is totally not something that a German fantasy role-playing game did, but that's another topic.
Yeah.
Well, I will note, as someone who has familiarity not just with the Gregorian calendar, that the modern Jewish calendar, I think, is kind of based off of the Mesopotamian calendar, which I guess the best way to describe it is it's some lunar months calibrated to a solar year. So what basically you have is every 2 or 3 years, which is in total a 19-year cycle during which you have 7 leap years, where you add an extra month to the year.
Oh God.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and
with
it's not even that calibrated to, as in, it's not as calibrated to the lunar cycle as it could be, because we don't use the empirical system which we used to use anymore, which was where when someone would see like the moment that you would have the new moon, I'm not quite sure exactly what it looks like, then they would notify and then they would change it according to that.
Yeah, I think the only other date that would make sense to put the year 0 on is what they use in carbon dating. But that is so close that it would just confuse everything around. Completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
But that is a super interesting topic.
The Gregorian calendar.
Yeah, it's a super interesting topic for another time to go deeper into. Are you two in the watch together?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Is it on screen?
Yeah. So Cookie hasn't used it yet. So you can see there's a line at the bottom that can tell you that we can all hit the play and pause button. Volume is for you personally. You don't change that for everyone. But the play pause button and the search bar, that we can all control that. That's why it's so useful for streams like this.
The play button and the search bar. Where is the search bar?
If you go down, this is the problem with phones. I don't know if you can even see that. Have you found it?
No. But I'm only going to be on for like another 10-15 minutes.
Okay, we'll figure it out for next time.
So I'll just wing it. Yeah.
We'll figure that out for next time.
Yeah.
This is your test run.
Yeah.
All right.
I just remembered another note with regards to the calendars. So there's the Islamic calendar, which, remember what I said about the Mesopotamian calendar?
Yes.
So the Islamic calendar, because it is the same thing, but without the solar calibration to it. So it's only 12 lunar cycles for every year, meaning that the year is shorter, which is why Ramadan can be pretty much any time of the year, because it is not calibrated to the solar year at all, which
So it is a very underdeveloped calendar.
I
Yeah.
think it has to do with agriculture, because in a place where you're more dependent on the rains and the various seasons, you need to calibrate it not calibrate it. You need to align it with the sun somehow, so you wind up readjusting it. But then there's the Gregorian calendar, which is, I think, based off the Julian calendar with a small adjustment, which is based off of what the Romans used, if I remember correctly. But yeah.
In some regard. In some regard, it was based off of what they use. But the difference between the Gregorian and the Julian calendar is the Julian calendar also didn't have a way of correcting for missing time, where the Gregorian calendar corrects the cycle by having a leap year every 4 years, unless every 100 years the year is indivisible by 400. Then you skip a leap year.
Yeah.
So in 2100 we skipped that leap year.
Yes. As I said, I love the calendar topic.
Next time?
Next time.
Next time.
Or the next time, because the next time we actually do something really fun. We just couldn't because some IRL stuff came up for Cookie.
Yeah.
And man, I hope we stay on.
Yeah.
It will be very educational, extremely so. I could never. I don't have that massive knowledge necessary for that, and that is why I have specialists. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Even though I'm not an expert by any means.
Yeah, next time.
No, nor am I.
Yeah, but more than probably was in what we are going to cover next time. Teaser end. Speaking of teasers, Triggernometry starts with a teaser of what's coming up, and you can pause during it. Maybe we should. I don't know how YouTube goes about this. The Triggernometry guys, they're pretty lenient. They like their stuff being spread, as far as I'm aware. And I think we're on the same side for almost every part. I don't know about what not, but, well, we'll see. So, let's have a go at this madness that I could not watch alone. I could not. I tried. I couldn't. It drove me up the walls.
Yeah.
So now we have people
join later today.
What?
Hopefully I'll be able to join again later this evening. Depends how long the stream takes.
Yeah.
And how long my IRL takes.
Okay. But if you're still around the next 5 minutes, you can see what's on the menu.
Yeah.
Here we go.
In a once-in-a-century pandemic, trying to communicate science to the public. Okay? I don't want to call it a total disaster, but there were parts that it was like, no.
Did you communicate science to the public? That'll be fun.
And the establishment view is not from authorities on high. No, it's the consensus of research conducted by hard-working scientists in a lab whose name you've never heard of.
Yeah, and nobody there is corrupt. Nobody would ever publish a paper for money or other reasons. Who gives you funding? Do you bite the hand that feeds you? There's a lot of basic research that isn't done because it doesn't get funding, because there's no real way to monetize it. And there's a reproduction problem, and there's a special word for that I currently slips my mind. But we're still in the teaser, so
Also,
yeah.
I'll also note that something an answer that I would often get during COVID, as in there was all the stuff that they would post, on the media and whatnot, and this person is someone who is somewhat involved with what's going on at some level and somewhat more familiar, and he said, "We don't know anything, even a year into it. Listen, we don't really know anything about it." They say what they say, but in reality, we're not 100% sure about anything about it because it's new.
Yeah, and we'll get to this famous line of trust the science, believe in the science. I'm sorry, science is there to be doubted. Otherwise, you're in a cult.
Yeah.
And the same goes for religion.
Right.
If you have no doubt, you're in a cult.
Yep.
I'm wondering whether the future of those sports is you don't contest gender with gender, you contest hormone ratios.
Well,
Anyone want to catch that?
You
What
don't
about bone
contest
density and
gender, which
muscle mass?
gender is biological. There's objective truth to gender.
Yeah, so when these people use the word gender, they actually mean biological sex. Because the word is used interchangeably, the activists always insist, oh, but gender is not the biological sex, it's the head stuff. And then they start using the word gender to mean biological sex. So Mr. deGrasse Tyson here means the biological sex. And I'm sorry, hormone levels alone don't do shit. Just because you bring your hormones level down for a week or a month or a year, you've still been on steroids for your life. That's what puberty is.
Yeah. I'll also note that
That's the short version.
the only person who I know of who used any sort of gender sex split with any intellectual honesty was, I think, Derwal. As there's an interview between him and Jordan Peterson where he uses to describe something which, when you actually listen to what they're talking about, is completely different from what the activists say.
Yeah.
So I recommend that you guys check it out.
Yeah. Put that in the channel later, like when you get back, when you have time again. No need to make a fuss now. The closest thing I would say that the activists actually mean when they said gender is personality, because they have done away with that word. You never hear about the word personality ever anymore. And that's also what they use identity with. They choose an identity. You can't choose an identity. That would just be identity theft or identity fakery. You're just role playing. You're not being. And so they use this identity because you can't actually fake a personality. Not really, unless you're a really, really crazy bastard. But because they don't have developed any of that, they mistake other things for that. And since these are usually people who project a lot, there's a lot of emotional immaturity involved, a lot of narcissism, they have not developed personality, they have not developed empathy, they have not developed the ability to see things from someone else's perspective. And so they project everything into the world. They believe everybody thinks the way they do because they have not developed the capacity to think more than that. It's like trying to tell someone about quantum physics who can't even understand geometry yet. And that's kind of limited. Maybe the dimensional geometry is a better example, but it's for another time. I know I'm rushing through here. The entire problem is then that these people believe, these very limited people believe, that because they are faking everything that they do, They believe everyone else fakes everything they do, and therefore they are justified in faking everything and believing that everybody's faking everything, and therefore everything's a role play, and therefore they must not be invalidated when they claim to be something, because everybody else just fakes to claim something. And that is the internal logic. When we want to dismantle these people, this ideology, we need to attack this mechanic, this internal logic. It's not a logic that works against reality. It's an internal logic. That's what people don't understand often about ideologies. Ideologies seek to, they have internal logic according to which the world works. That is not actually how the world works. And as long as there's no reality check coming in, you can perfectly continue to operate with that internal logic. It's a Holocaust deniers function, for example. They have the internal logic and nobody questions that because nobody knows any counter-arguments anymore, because nobody, especially in Germany, even dares to talk about the topic and thus has not learned anything about how that actually happened. So nobody has counter-arguments, which makes people more prone to the ideological arguments or be especially panicky about it.
Not to mention that some ideologies have places where they indoctrinate people with the ideology and they give, and it's not a situation where each ideologue needs to figure everything out on their own, but they're already given with all the tools, and if they're capable of thinking themselves, then they can develop those tools further, which, you know, one of the things that makes the human race different, especially since the written word, but I think not only the written word, I think far before it with stories and whatnot, is the idea of passing knowledge from one generation to the next in a greater capacity, which allows us to do things like technological advancement. You'll never get the light bulb if you never figure out all the things that needed to be figured out before, and it's a long process, which is why humans came up with all these things. But, you know, dolphins and elephants, which are also very intelligent, they didn't quite come up with the same ideas.
They have a bit of a problem with their thumbs, I believe.
True.
At the very least. It's also very difficult to make high-energy experiments in the sea. That's why I love the idea of squid-based aliens in science fiction, but I always wonder, how the hell did they get to make electricity and fusion reactors and all of that shit underwater without killing themselves? All right.
Suspension of disbelief.
Yeah, for some things, yes.
Hold on. The difference is physiologically between men and women and not just hormonal.
Thank you,
They see
Constantine.
an unfair playing field, metaphorically and literally speaking.
So fix the playing field, damn it! What don't...
This is what I mean. He's completely out of his mind. Fix the playing field. What, fix the biology? Make male and female bodies the same? This is communism. This is what communism actually wants. If you, like, I know most people don't understand this, don't know about this, but this is the actual foundation of communism. Everything needs to be biologically exactly the same. Only once all differences are erased, everything can be thus equal, and therefore there will be no further conflict. And this is not a new thing about communism. Stanislav Lem, in his Star Diaries, Stanislav Lem, in his Star Diaries, in the 50s and 60s, already made fun of this in a very smart way by spelling this whole foundation of the communist belief, the dogma. It's a belief. There is no science to it. So therefore you can call it cultish or religious, whatever fits you better. He played it out to its end. Where that leads to, and that is just Cronenberg Cthulhu-esque madness. I don't know how far you got with the Star Diaries, Cyrek. Did you continue reading them?
I have been continuing to read them.
Oh, how far did you get?
I am just at the end. I've almost finished them all, but I have maybe 20 or 30 more pages.
Okay. I don't remember whether that story was actually in one of the journeys or is in the memoirs of Ion Tichy, which is not part of the English version of the book, which I detest because these belong together. But was the story on the robot planet in there? There
The
were
story of the robot planet was in there.
were several robot planets, sorry. The one with the robot monks?
No, that was not in there. Not in the
Pity.
copy that I have.
Pity. Then that may be in the memoirs of Ion Tichy. Because to spoil a bit, Ion Tichy gets to a planet. He's stranded on a planet with monks that turn out to be robots. The whole planet is very strange, a very strange amalgamation of technology and biology, like random chairs of flesh or wood growing out of the ground. And it is all the result of the experiments of the works of the civilization that once lived there. And it is a story about the end point of the transhumanist idea that decouples consciousness from the biological form completely. And it is hard to put into words because it goes completely into the direction of the shape having to succumb to the will of the mind. And later on in that story, because Ion Tichy is told the history of that planet, since the government was looking for better ways to be, for being, the government invented new genders and how the biological reproduction was supposed to work, and thus decreed allegedly perfect forms for the people that they had to adopt, and kept changing that once in a while. And it is, and once the science got further, that same thing was also decreed about consciousness, about the mind, because that apparently was also not fit for perfection. And all along the way, where this is long past the point of any sanity, you ask yourself, well, where is this even still the people that were? Because this is not a evolutionary process in the least. This is just the pursuit of madness. And if you like Lovecraftian horror, Stanislav Lem's Star Diaries are something for you for sure. Yeah. Tudor Marusen in the chat says, the government turned us into fleshy chairs. Seems legit. Yep. It's probably where it's going.
Yeah. So I need to go. So two things. First thing, what he said about fix the playing field, and also about the differences. I don't remember the exact words now. It's basically the principle of envy, which is so dominant in communism, which is, why is he different? I should be just like him. He has no right to be different.
It is the negative competition problem.
Yeah. I don't know if it was mentioned in the stream before. Some terms that I thought of, I'm assuming highly likely that someone else or a bunch of other people probably came up with it as well, of positive competition as opposed to negative competition. Positive competition is where you see someone who is better than you. So what you decide to do is you make yourself better so that you will be just as good as they are, if not better. Negative competition would be you see someone who is better than you, and in order to be equal to them or better than them, instead of bettering yourself, what you do is that you bring them down to your level.
And if this sounds anything like gym bros versus female office politics to you, you're just delusional. That's just made up. That's totally misogynist, not real. Women don't do that at all. They would never tear down other women for being more beautiful than them. It's not like we have a slew of fairy tales that are just about that.
Yeah. All right then.
Somebody got the joke.
Is there a way for me to comment off the stream, or?
The chat is open, and yeah, well, the comment section will be as well afterwards. But that's that.
Okay then. Toodles.
Have a good time. All right. So, sorry, you understand why this drove me up the walls?
A little bit, yeah.
He's like on 1000% of ideology here. He's left the field of science. He wants to use science to make men and women biologically indistinguishable.
And the problem is, in order to have things work, you need to have a common definition. And that's what you're not going to get. You're not going to get a common definition.
That he's emotional, he's raging. By the way, anyone who doesn't know, I have this infamous, horrible, and completely misinformed about psychological, neurological. It's a condition in the brain, not the body. It's a condition in the brain that they currently call gender dysphoria, and it's not fun. It's mainly annoying. It's nothing to be proud of. It's something you deal with, something you arrange yourself with. And yes, it can drive you up the walls, but that takes a very, very long time. If this does you in puberty, I'm sorry, you had other problems that already drove you over that edge. And I had my fair share of that, and this crap on top, and I made it. The thing is, the left, communism, socialism, it's all the same thing. Different words for the same thing. It's like you have a hydra and every head gets a different name. Or like King Ghidorah. Do the heads have different names? Come on, you know this.
No, I don't.
Good. So King Ghidorah from Godzilla is basically a hydra, has 3 heads. But we don't give the heads individual names. That would be stupid, because we know it has one body. If you kill one head, the other 2 will still be there. If you kill the body, the whole thing dies. So you have to hit the heart of it. The problem is that the hydra that is socialism is buried underground, and all we see are these snake heads coming out of the ground, and so we think it's all different animals. It's all different monsters. But it's all the same. And they lied about the whole gender dysphoria issue because they want to justify something completely different. It's also why they don't talk about actual gender dysphoria, how it really works, and don't want people with actual gender dysphoria to talk publicly. There's very few of us, by the way. There's maybe, to each one of us, there's 100 or 1,000 of these crazy activists that get a hard on imagining that they might be trans. Which, if you get off on the idea of being this, then you do have a psychological problem, but certainly not this one. So,
Yeah.
they use this to get to what we just talked about with referencing Stanislav Lem, and what Neil deGrasse Tyson here says, that they want to make the sexes equal. Making the sexes equal doesn't change gender dysphoria, by the way. And equal on a biological level. The very TLDR of this condition is basically that your brain, for some reason, and it's possible there's a broken androgen receptor involved that leads to screwed up brain development. Because if you don't, it doesn't matter how much testosterone you throw on a receptor that can't take it. That's why ideas like, oh, just give him more testosterone. No. Can't dock. It can't dock, so it can't send a signal. So that everything that hangs off of that won't happen. The problem is that part of the brain believes it is interacting with the body blueprint of the opposite sex. So it's not just a genital issue, it's a whole body issue. It's like you have a full body phantom limb, like you're slightly out of phase. Which is why I've met a few gender dysphorics, and not all, but most of them do complain about being a bit clumsy. And I think that might be rooted in that. Can't say for sure. I haven't researched this. I'm not a scientist, sadly. But these are things that happen. But this is a topic that is extremely deep, and I'm happy to ask questions about it. The main thing is socialists, the left, are lying about this topic, about this condition. And with the WHO spreading these lies, we cannot consider the World Health Organization as a science-oriented organization. And with Neil deGrasse Tyson spreading this and Bill Nye spreading the bullshit, we cannot take these people serious as scientists anymore. We may still believe he's pro-science, but if you want to use science to reinvent humanity into something it is not, you're not on the side of humanity anymore. You're on the side of something else, something you don't understand, something sinister. That you may be blinded by and think it is angelic or something, when it really has devil horns on top. I'm in a tirade. Damn it, sorry. Tudor in the chat says it's like Marvel Hydra, but somehow more cringe. Yeah, pretty much. And I think the choice for the secret post-Nazi thingy in Marvel that is called Hydra is actually pretty accurate for all of socialism. I think they just didn't notice it because they never understood. They only saw the evil in the Nazis, but never saw it enough in the socialists, who are openly admitting, stating and advertising that their main strategy of takeover is subversion, is the sneaky stuff, is the conspiratorial. And then they say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Yeah, I'm just calling out what you're doing. We have it on paper. You have written books about it. Oh, but you're making it up. You wrote books about it. I've sat at tables with these people. I've been active in politics for 10 years. I've drank beer with these people. They are super proud of it all. They will, if they think you're on their side, they will tell you everything. And man, I think I was mainly silent from shock. But off topic. Neil, what else do you have?
Don't say it's an unfair playing field, so all of a sudden the big issue is trans women taking the slot of a woman in an unfair playing field.
Because we are biologically men. We have gone through male puberty. We have male skeletons. We have male muscle mass, which is about 40% more. The whole balance of our bodies is different. I've been out of shape for I don't know how many years. I barely have testosterone in me. I still beat people up like, not physically beat up, but I still physically beat people in competitions. Aside from other health issues that have weakened me a lot, those have no, that's outside of this topic. Because, hey, I still can do things that women have to train to do. That biological women have to train to do. Mr. Tyson, you are not arguing science. I don't know.
Yeah, no. If these people want to compete in sports, create their own division. That's the most even playing field.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't want to be in a box with most of those people. Because I can tell you, most of those people don't have gender dysphoria. You can tell it about how they behave, how they go about the trans thing, what they talk about it. Most of these people are just plain as day narcissists who want an easy ride, and they don't care what they have to sacrifice for that. They're pissed that they're so far down on the competitor list that they don't get medals because narcissists think they deserve them. So they go where it's easier. And you can't tell me that that's not what's going on. We've had this MMA wrestler who even had joy in beating up women and bashing their skulls in. I'm sorry, that's just that feminism in this day and age defends people. Let's say it like this, like defends people with male physiology beating up people with female physiology. And feminism defends that now. Would you have believed that would ever happen 20 years ago? It's like no critic of feminism could ever have come up that feminism would do this. It's unbelievable. And if I can't say this, mind you, someone who actually has this bullshit condition, if I can't say this because I don't have the right opinion, then nobody can. Because when they brought up a couple of years ago that, oh, you can't talk about the topic because you're not trans, you're just cisplaining. Well, it turned out that if you don't have the socialist position on the trans issue, like all the propaganda, magic, thinking bullshit crap, then even when you were trans, you were not allowed to have that opinion. You were not allowed to say that. Then you would be just self-hating trans. You would be a transphobic trans person. They would actually say that, because cisplaining, as they call it, is totally okay when it's the socialist position to an actual gender dysphoric. Because it is not about whether you're trans or not. It is about whether you have the correct opinion, the politically correct opinion. And the politically correct opinion is a term that comes from the Soviet Union. It means agreeing with the Communist Party. When you don't, well, gulag for you. And you can also say the politically correct opinion, it doesn't care about reality. And I have made this point, and people may disagree with me there. It is the politically correct opinion is the same as a religiously correct opinion that is pure dogma. Like if your belief, if your religion suddenly claims the earth is flat, and if you disagree, you get the gallows. That would be the same thing, because that's just politics, not reality.
Yeah, or that what was it? I'm trying to remember one of the big ones that I've heard.
The Earth is the center of the universe?
No. We've known for centuries that that's not true.
It was a very short time when all this bullshit was claimed. We knew it all right before.
Yeah. It was it had something to do with cows. There's a specific one about cows. I'll have to read the book again.
What was that, owls?
Cows. Moo.
Cows? No,
Yeah.
I've no idea.
Or that your religion believes that Jews literally turned into pigs.
Well, that's
Missing the whole context.
yeah, but that's just an obvious choice for. Oh, they don't like pigs, so we claim they turn into pigs.
Yep.
And oh, that explains why they don't like to eat pigs, because well, they don't want to cannibalize their brethren, or something like that. I can totally see the internal logic for that. And mind you, internal logic doesn't mean it's actually objective logic. It's just your magical thinking justified. 1 minute. Cool.
Field, and you know something? The day you finish, the nation will look completely ridiculous. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Hello and welcome to Trigger.
What I like about trigonometry is that they really get everyone on who wants from every political direction, including people they don't agree with. It's just rare that an actual lefty comes on. Because, well, if you don't agree with them, you're the enemy. Just like in the Cold War. They had a CIA guy on some time ago, and I think that was just to do the standard, hey, we're totally the good guys, we're nice. Yeah, there's some problems, but actually we're totally good. Like the usual PR thing. There's a new big podcast that you will want to put your public relations people there.
Triggernometry. I'm Francis Foster.
I'm Konstantin Kisin.
And this is a show for you if you want honest conversations with fascinating people.
Our brilliant guest today is a prominent American astrophysicist, the author of many books, the latest of which is called...
Yeah, on the thing, astrophysicist, that's part of my question, because especially the left always goes on about if you're not in... Oh, it switches, they do both. If you're not part of the field, why should I listen to you? Like, if you're not trans, why should I listen to you about trans? The other thing is, you always need to listen to someone with the correct political opinion, regardless of where they come from, because of my lived experience. The lived experience doesn't count, though, if it's not the politically correct experience. Oh, politically correct experience. We should coin that one. We should hold that one, because that I think hits the nail on the head even harder. Yeah, but the question is then, why do I need to listen to an astrophysicist about biology?
Yeah.
As with Bill Nye being an engineer and talking about biology. It's nice as for like the kids show that tells you the basics of how things work. But when then this alleged science guy lies, brings up anti-science and sells it as science, then that's not educational TV anymore. Then it's propaganda TV. It's indoctrination TV. You can also watch Palestinian kids TV. That's also indoctrination TV on a different level. But
Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization. Neil deGrasse Tyson, welcome to Triggernometry.
Thank you. I thought there'd be math on the show, but apparently not.
we will see. We'll see how much math there is.
That's the only reason why I agreed to this, that we do
I like that joke.
All right, well, 2 + 2 = 4. I hope we can agree on that, although some people dispute even that these days.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, welcome.
It is a clever name for the show. Triggernometry. That's good.
One of the greatest astrophysicists in the world likes the name of the show. I think we've done well. So Neil, one of the things that whenever I'm having a particularly bad day or things are not going well in my life, I'll stick one of those YouTube videos on that shows you a zoom out from planet Earth into the solar system.
That'll do it every time.
Into the Milky Way and on and on. And I think that cosmic perspective on life is a really powerful thing. Before we get into that and some of the more controversial stuff that you've been saying lately, let's talk briefly about your career to date. Who are you? How are you where you are? What has been the journey through life that leads you to be sitting here talking to us?
Did I say something controversial?
Well, we'll find out.
I'm just offering points of view. Okay.
That's controversial nowadays. I don't know if you know this.
What is the word controversial is a very interesting one in socialist jargon. Because no matter whether they are the minority or the majority, whether they have power or whether they don't have power, whether they are the status bully or whether they're the underdog, controversial, they will always call the opinion that is not the one they have. It's always the other opinion. The real definition, use of the word controversial is when some minority comes up and spouts some nonsense that goes against the understanding of the majority about that very thing. The left, however, uses it as, well, we have an opinion on something, and 99% of the people don't think like that. The 99% people have a controversial opinion. That's insane. But it's deliberate. It's antagonistic. And it's trying to set up the whole... It's trying to get a wedge in the door, to get a foot in the door, and to justify talking about the insane position of the socialists, which will inevitably weaken society, because that's what it's for. Because it's all to weaken society to a point where the socialists can take over. And if they can't take over, they'll just destroy everything. Because if they can't have it, nobody shall. And if they can rule over the ashes, that's sufficient to them, as long as they rule. You have to imagine the whole socialist thing is dreamed up by a 5-year-old child that just learned how lies work. So controversial will be the majority opinion, even if it's correct. It will be called controversial, by the socialists at least. They try to create controversy. And in my town there's been a thing at uni. I haven't been there in years, because mainly I couldn't go outside anymore for other reasons. This has nothing to do with the coup. That was called Future Questions Controverse. And it was actually interesting. It had interesting debates, and there were actually people from all across the, if you want to call it, political spectrum in the audience. So that is the term controverse used correctly. Because we have problems, well, let's talk about it. What could be the answers to that? There's the insane answers, there's other insane answers. What's less insane? Or do we even need to bother with this topic? That's good, because it can also be a position that a question that comes up, a problem that comes up, actually doesn't need to be dealt with, because it turns out, well, either we can't do anything about it, truly, or it's pointless to try to do anything about it. Because it doesn't actually affect that much, or anything at all. I'm giving speeches again, damn it.
With topics like these, you tend to.
I hate it when actual scientists just take a stroll through the loony bin and forgot to take their brains out with them. Like they forgot it at the check-in or something. I mean, had I been an American child, this guy would have probably been my hero.
He was.
Shouldn't be,
and is
really.
for a few people still.
Shouldn't be, really, I'm thinking.
Agreed.
But okay. So your opening question is,
Who are you? What's been a journey through life?
oh, okay. I've known I was in.
Yes, Neil. There are people in the world who don't know who you are. Sorry. Because not everyone in the world speaks English. And yes, there are Germans who do speak good English. And people from other places in Europe. But it's not as many as you think. There are a lot of people here who are stuck behind the language barrier. Because they never got into actually watching English movies in the original language, or watching anime with subtitles. Because that helps you. Because in order to learn a language, you need to have some real life use for it. Where you continuously engage with it. Otherwise, it's just something you do on paper, and well, That doesn't stick. But once you have that, once you get into another language, it opens up so much in this world. And even though English is spoken throughout the world, to those people growing up with English as their native language, I still very much recommend you learn an additional language, truly, maybe even a third one, a second foreign language, a third language, which we do in Germany in the higher schools. Because that does not just open up those areas for you, those cultural areas, it will also allow you to think in that other language that uses words slightly different, that uses grammar slightly different or very different, and therefore allows you to form your thoughts in a different way, to express your thoughts in a way that you didn't even think possible. Retranslate that into your native language, and it makes you smarter, and it makes you more open to, I don't want to say open in general, but it makes you more open to solving problems. Because you have different ways to go about them. And just because you know other languages. But I'm drifting off again.
Okay. I've known I was interested in the universe from age 9. Dating.
9? Damn, he was late to the party. I wasted my life. Sorry.
Back to a first visit to my local planetarium. I grew up in New York City, so my local planetarium is the Hayden Planetarium, where I now happen to also serve as director. So it's one of these hometown kid does good, but in New York City, the city's too large, no one cares. So that story doesn't resonate the way it might if it was actually a small town. One thing about a planetarium in a city is, and this is surely true for London, where the planetarium might be your only access to the night sky. Because big cities, in the old days, there was air pollution. Today, there's light pollution. And so it blocks what would otherwise be your access to the cosmos. And so for me, my first encounter with the night sky, I kind of thought it was a hoax, right? There are not this many stars in the night sky. I've seen all 12 of them from the Bronx, okay? So I would later learn, of course, that the sky displayed in the planetarium dome was the real sky. But to this day, when I'm on mountaintops or some of the finest observing locations in the world, I find myself thinking, this is so beautiful. It reminds me of the Hayden Planetarium.
Oh, that is a cute childhood story. Sorry. And I'm happy he had the opportunity for that, and it set him on the right path there. Did you know that in Germany we only have 2 dark spots still where you can actually see a decent night sky?
No.
Everything is built through in Germany. There's aside from a few natural reserves, you cannot get lost in Germany really, because every 5 to 10 kilometers, let's say simply 3 to 8 miles, in any direction, you will come across a village. Just go straight, you'll come across a village, and then you're back to civilization. You cannot get lost here truly.
Or in the US, you can get lost easily.
Yeah, and sorry, I got some dust. See that as a positive, because it's still very easy for you to find the night sky. In Germany, difficult, very difficult. So even meteor swarms, hard to find good spots to see those. At least if you don't want to travel far.
I know that's a sad fact, but it's real. I feel it. So I've been thinking about the universe ever since. Early on, I'm just reading books, and then I align my academic career to fulfill that interest. right on through a PhD. And so, and ago, lately I've been mostly in the public eye, writing books, appearing in documentaries, among them Cosmos. I did the second and third versions of that. Carl Sagan did the first back in 1980. Very honored.
That's right. It was Cosmos, not It was Cosmos, not Nova. Nova also did the same thing as Cosmos and kind of branched from Cosmos, but I remember having to watch these in school.
They showed you infotainment in school?
Yes.
That is sad.
It was it was really fun.
Yeah, I mean that's why it's infotainment. But man,
it wasn't
a good teacher should be able to do that by himself.
No. It was mostly for homework stuff.
Oh, they told you to watch this show?
Yeah. It was we would have a lesson, and then for homework we would be told, "Hey, go watch this episode of Cosmos to get more information, and then we're going to discuss it in class tomorrow."
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I can see that work. Somewhat.
Yeah, and we also did the same thing with history, where at the time the show about JFK had come out, and our teacher gave us a DVD box set to every single student, and it was like,
oh my God.
All right, so you're gonna have to watch all 6 episodes of this.
They needed to burn school budget so that it wouldn't be cut.
No, our teacher bought them with his own paycheck.
What?
These were not given by the school.
So he really loved that show.
He really wanted us to know the life of JFK and what led up to his assassination.
Was it an actual biography or some edutainment crap that's inspired by the biography?
It was an actual biography.
Okay, then I take back my critique. And yes, Minimundus, we watched Knopfhoff. Knopfhoff was amazing. I'll dig up some episodes of Knopfhoff for you, Cyrek, and subtitle them.
What do you mean Knopf? That's Knopf.
No, Knopf. It's a German. It's a German K. The German K does not hide. The German K does not hide. No, Knopfhoff is an like, you know, these sciencey shows where they do little experiments and ask the audience, like, what do you expect would happen?
Yeah.
What you usually see in kids' TV. This Knopfhoff was that for sophisticated, well-dressed people. And it would not address the audience in the room, it would just address the audience on the TV. And after a short break, would then reveal how the experiment goes. And it's all in nice dress suits, and the people would sit at their little French tables in the background, the women nicely dressed, and it was all very sophisticated. And they had their little orchestra. It is beautiful, and I have the title melody in my head again. Thank you, Minimundus. That is what was beautiful. We also had Abenteuerforschung, means adventure research. So the adventure that is research, basically. And we had lots of these science shows that were tailored more for adults, but still comprehensible for children. And I think that is where it's at. Not this bombastic stuff that is the infotainment today, and not this purely childish stuff where they dump it down too far. But the thing where we are telling stuff to people that we expect understand basics. I don't know how to better describe this. Like, you're not condescending towards your audience as thinking them all idiots. And neither should you think that ever of children when you try to teach them something, because Yes, they are limited because they are still growing up, but they're not idiots.
Continue that tradition of bringing the universe down to earth to whoever will listen, and as a servant of their curiosity. So that's who I am and what I've been about.
And you've been communicating science to the public in very interesting and appealing ways for a long time. Why is that important, Neil? Why is it important that we as the public are informed about the science?
Yeah, I will not tell you what you should think is important, because I'm just offering content. And I'm not going to hit you on the head, require that you listen to me. I'm not going to do any of that, because I'm much more passive about it. Even if it doesn't feel that way, because my face is everywhere and videos are everywhere, of course.
Does this contrast with what we've seen in the teaser?
A little bit.
I hope Neil listens to himself.
And I'm active on social media. And so the algorithms could possibly stick me in front of your device more often than you might want. But really, I feel more passive about it. These are offerings. And what's perhaps distinctive about it, and thanks for noticing, is that there are many different platforms on which I bring the universe to you. And these different platforms aren't simply because you're watching this.
Just had a stupid thought, like I do. The word offering is in some senses synonymous with sacrifice. And I will say what we saw in the teaser is an offering offered with fuming, burning rage that I would reject. And Neil is throwing a tantrum about like Cain. And I would send him to the desert for it.
Oh no, not the desert.
The desert! Why not the desert?
I mean, you could.
I would. I could and I would. No, I actually can't. But look, I wouldn't be as cruel as to send him to our German forest where he then gets eaten by radioactive boars. We have those here.
This and somebody else is watching that, and I want to reach both of you, sure. But I write a book, but they're people who don't read. Not that they're illiterate, but that's just not. They might.
Does anyone want to comment on? God, there's only Cyrek here.
No, he's actually true. It's very true that there are some people that don't like to read. I know several people at work that don't like to read.
Yeah, sure. And then there's of course the people also who have trouble with it because they're legasthenics. But for that, audiobooks are very, very helpful. But what I wanted to get at, I didn't want to disagree with him here. I just wanted to point out that men are socialists illiterate. They believe most of their shit because they've never read actual stuff. And the ones that did only stay within their bubble because they cannot stand the discomfort of being intellectually challenged. So in that way they are intellectually challenged. Oh dear. But if you've ever interacted with the hard indoctrinated people, regardless of what they're indoctrinated into, they don't try to read outside of their bubble, especially what might question their beliefs. They don't really understand the words they are repeating, because when you ask them about it, they usually you can see how suddenly their cogs start turning a little bit, and that's really all you can do for someone who's hard indoctrinated into something. You can only ask them questions, the Socratic method as it is, about how their logic actually makes sense. The problem with socialists especially is when you do that, you are already the enemy, because they immediately consider you a threat when you do not blindly buy into what they're selling you. If you question that, you are the enemy. Doubt is forbidden. And when doubt is forbidden, you are dealing with fanaticism. Not even religion. It's past religion. Fanaticism is something beyond religion. It has left that field. And that's what many people also don't understand. Religion and fanaticism are not the same thing. You can have religious fanaticism, but you can also have other types of fanaticism. So that is something independent of that. That fanaticism leads to quick violence against anyone who disagrees, who doubts, who questions, who has not even doubt. It can just be a question of comprehension. Like, can you explain that to me further? Or how does that and that work? Not for I'm doubting you, I want to take you apart, just for, can you explain that to me because it doesn't make sense to me yet? And when they can't answer, which is very often the case, because they never thought any of that through, they will get pissed, and they direct that piss at you. Sorry.
Not only that, they'll also tell you, how do you not know this? This is common knowledge. Just Google it.
Educate yourself, which translates from socialist to normal into adopt my belief.
Or, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I just believe it wholeheartedly without actually doing anything myself.
So I appear in documentaries, ones that I've hosted and others where I'm a talking head within someone else's documentary. There are people whose faces. So I have an active Twitter account, X account, they would call it today. I even have an active TikTok account. And I have people advising me who are 1/3 my age on what would fit today versus tomorrow on that TikTok account. So I'm on many different platforms. And my podcast, which is called Star Talk, I have a professional comedian as my co-host. And I've had people, and the DNA of that podcast is there's science, humor, and pop culture. And the three of those threaded make a tapestry of that you can snuggle in and embrace the universe as fed in that with those elements.
I really don't like that language here. Sorry, I wanted to stop earlier, but good, I let it run through, and we might actually get through here. I just had to grab an energy drink from the fridge because the tea isn't doing it enough today. Sorry. What he just listed sounds like an absolutely atrocious, horrible combination that sounds more tuned to how can I catch people, especially young people, with a net to look at my stuff. While your stuff may be science and that may be a virtuous goal, the method by which you do it, I find creepy. Let's appeal to we can insert the hello fellow kids meme here. I'm just not a fan of this approach. You don't need, this is what I'm talking about. In our humorless, German, very efficient television about science, we didn't need this. It was still appealing to children. And I think it was more so because you do not get distracted from the science by all this, here's a funny joke, here's a pop culture reference, here's a this and that. No, I just want to see the bloody science. It always pissed me the fuck off as a child when there were these kids shows that taught something or that had a little documentary strewn into it. And then there were these artsy elements in between to lighten it, to make it more appealing to children. And I hated those. Yes, I'm autistic. Yes, maybe I'm a broken child. I'm an inverted human who wants everything different than from what adults thought I wanted it because, well, isn't that what children like? No. No. Just give me the fucking information. Not all this bullshit. Like, I hated it so much. All this distracting stuff, and then there's somebody talking about something else in between that has nothing to do with the actual topic. Like when there's a kids show called The Show with the Mouse. It had nice little interjectory cartoons with a little mouse and a little elephant and a little duck. The duck was there rather rarely, and it was a very annoying thing. But so those cartoons were fine. But then they also had some really strange artsy fart cartoons in between. And I just wanted to see the mini documentary for children on how the fucking bottle factory works. To see that continue. You don't get the girls to watch the bottle factory documentary just because you put the artsy fart origami cartoon in there with, I don't know. I think adults don't understand children. I think that's a major problem. Because they don't remember what it was like to be a child and what they liked as children. And the Rugrats cartoon, which the Americans probably know.
Yes.
Oh,
I loved Rugrats growing up.
I hated it. I hated it so much.
And then the show grew up with us, and it became all grown up.
Oh God, good! I never saw that. Well, the adults were kind of fun caricatures. I hated the babies. Anyway, the thing about Rugrats is that it's not how children act. It's actually written by the author as how she imagines how the children think and interact in her mind. Like it's a magical world that she projects onto the children. There's nothing to do with how children actually work. And while that can make a fun cartoon, when you go the same way about trying to make educational television for children, you're gonna fail. I don't know who you're appealing to. Maybe, I believe there are a lot of kids watching this stuff, but they will not be interested in science. They will at best become science fans. Because every minute that you put, every second that you put this ballast, this garbage in there, is a minute that you're not educating, that you're not putting actually interesting stuff in there. GigaChat says, typical with beefing with 1-year-olds. Yes! And Minimundo said the mouse got woke, and I would not be surprised about that, because the mouse is state TV.
It's like Arthur.
That's also
I remember
state TV?
watching Arthur. It's on PBS, which is state-run.
Yeah, that's state TV.
So, yeah, Arthur also came out of nowhere with its season opening for one of the more recent seasons, and had a gay wedding of a character that no one really,
It's just to be there. We've done it.
Yeah,
now.
Yeah.
Like the thing is with public schools and educational TV for children made by the state with your tax money or taxes around the corner, because actually that's money taxes for state television is not legal in Germany. They built a loophole around for that to work. It's similar to the TV license for the BBC in the UK. So it's basically just a tax, but they found a way to not have to call it that, so they can actually do it. And they just produce propaganda with that. The original idea for public education and such was that, this is to keep the kids from being indoctrinated in special indoctrination schools. Like, if we let the neo-Nazis open their own schools, they just put their own children there and indoctrinate them. Well, now the public education system does exactly that with the hammer and sickle. And it is not a prevention from having actual Islamic schools in Germany, private Islamic schools, that all the rich Arabs put their children in when they come here, where they, well, you can imagine what they teach there. It's not the happy stuff. So it's actually,
No.
so you can get a school license in Germany for a non-public school. And we have some very esoteric things like the Waldorf school, which was found, you know the name Waldorf Astoria.
No.
No? The hotel chain?
Never heard of it.
My God. Anyway, that Waldorf, the school links back to that. He wanted his workers back then, when he had factories, to their children to get an education. And asked some dude called Steiner, I forgot his first name, to come up with an education system. And the thing is, Steiner didn't actually know that much, so he just winged it. And so the Waldorf school system is full of esoteric garbage and bullshit, and is actually very detrimental to the development of children. For example, they do learn English since first grade. So, with English I mean foreign language. But they only learn to read and write in third grade. It's absolutely hilarious. It would be hilarious if it wouldn't be sad. Like, can you imagine an 8-9-year-old kid not able to read? In the developed world? That's a bit late to start with that. You need to start learning that early, and bloody hell, I could do it when I was 5. So I was almost half that age. Horrible. Yeah, but you could technically open up alternative schools. There are some also more left-wing type inspired school systems, like the Montessori school, or something based on not Jean Piaget, the other guy, the Polish guy, I forgot his name. Anyway, there are solutions. We just need to put in the effort to make them. This is a topic I can digress in this tangent for probably another hour, and that won't help us here. So sorry about that one.
Say to me, what do you need?
The only one thing, because you probably wonder why. Homeschooling is illegal in Germany. So your kid needs to be in a certified school, preferably a public school, which are absolutely horrible. Or they got really, really, really horrible. Anyway.
People say to me, what do you need the comedian for? I just want to listen to you. Well...
Oh, thank you, Neil. Thank you. We agree on something.
There's these other platforms where it's just me. Go ahead. All right, I have a master class. It's just me. I have that. But there's some people who like to laugh while they're learning. And they like
a good educator, a good teacher can get that across. It requires an extra level of finesse, but I believe, Neil, that you could be able to do it. I believe in you on that. What I've seen, you actually have that little spark there. But yeah, this. If I want to laugh, I watch a comedian. If I want to learn because I'm interested in space, I want to watch something that's about space, not about laughs. If I want to watch something that is space and laughs, I watch Red Dwarf. Or certain episodes from Babylon 5. Or Stargate. Although most of that's on the ground. You get my idea.
Yeah.
Learning pop culture. That's almost the definition of pop culture. Almost the definition of pop culture. Stuff we all care about, whether or not we want to. You know who Beyonce is. You know Taylor Swift. You know.
No, I actually, I don't. I keep hearing these names. I know these women are popular.
God, you're lucky.
I know not a single song from these people.
You're lucky. You're so lucky.
The only reason I knew who Britney Spears was when I was a child was because she was on every fucking TV station. With her erotica music videos. Oops, I did it again. What did you do? Oh, you fucked around. You betrayed someone. Oops. Yeah, totally fun. Good, I didn't understand the text at the time. I mean, it was a catchy tune, but bloody hell, I don't care about any of these people. I know the names. I don't know their. I don't want to know their songs. Pop music is so uninspired. Oh God. I know I'm a snob. I like my metal. I like my goth shit. I like my Japanese pianists.
Might have said something recently, or Trump, and there's a scaffold. You walk into my room, my platform. You walk in with a scaffold, and I know what constructs that scaffold, and I find science that can attach to it. So I don't have to teach you the pop culture. You already know it. But did you know that a little bit of astrophysics?
I'm sorry for the hiccups. That's a connection thing on my end.
To the Barbie movie, Barbie Land finds itself in the Florida Keys. Did you know that? Okay?
I don't care.
Calculated that and posted that. That's pop culture. It's actually...
See, here's my problem, Neil. When you talk about the Barbie movie, I'm instantly turned off and don't want to watch the rest of your fucking show because Barbie disgusts me. And that has nothing to do with feminism. I just find this toy disgusting. It's something about it rubs me the wrong way. Always did. I found it creepy. Well, I found dolls in general creepy, so maybe that's just an extension of that. See, having pop culture on, like you said, yes, we all care about pop culture, but that doesn't mean we all care about it positively. Because you said, like, hey, maybe we talk about, because we're forced to it, whether we like it or not, we care about pop culture. If you bring pop culture I don't care about, that I even resent, that I despise, why the fuck do you think I would want to keep watching? The thing is that with that approach, you do not catch the kids that are actually interested in science and would elevate them further. You just get a constantly changing amount of kids who are just interested in their part of pop culture, and then they get a random bit about the Florida Keys in this instance, and I'm sorry, that's not elevating. That's throwing a few bits and bobs to the general populace. But you, of all people, should know that the science-interested kids are a bit different. And I don't want to say that they're the better people. They're just, their brains operate a bit differently. They latch on to different things, whether they're boys or girls, even if there's a disparity. But don't try to chase the general audience. And that's what you're doing. When you chase the general audience and forsake your core audience in order to chase this mythical animal, you lose both. Because you can never catch the unicorn, because the unicorn doesn't even really exist. It's not something tangible. It will always slip from your fingers. It's like the end of the rainbow. You're a scientist. You know there's no end of the rainbow that you can get to. And on the way to the end of the rainbow, you will have forsaken the very people who are feverishly interested in the very things that you want to tell the whole world. And you've left them behind. And they're now without a Neil deGrasse Tyson. So who feeds them what they need to get up in university and dream about that? Because, man, if you tell me about the fucking Barbie movie, that you probably don't even understand what the fuck that happened in that absolute mess. I mean, a psychological evaluation of the Barbie movie, that's an interesting piece. Especially when we take in the author's attempt, because the Barbie movie turned out to be the opposite of what she wanted to achieve, because it just completely... She just projected her delusions into a script and didn't notice that what she was actually telling was that Barbie was psychologically abusing Ken in a narcissistic relationship, which is why the song at the end, I am Ken-nuff, I am enough, play on that. That is something that the victims of narcissistic abuse eventually come to. Because they realize, I can never please this partner of mine, or that I believe is my partner. My partner will never look at me properly. I am only a resource, a toy to my partner. I need to start being my own person. I am enough for myself. And there are people who appreciate me for who I am. That doesn't mean that you don't develop further. It just means that, hey, there's a person that you try to impress all this time, and that person left you to sleep outside every single day. And you didn't even realize that that was abuse, because you never knew it any different, and all the other guys never knew it any different because they were abused in the same way. But hey, tangent! Barbie movie, psychologically interesting. But not something for any of your shows, especially psychology is so far away from any hard science that Mr. Tyson would cover that that's probably never going to come up, especially when it's kids' content.
And a little bit of geography related to it. So, my energy is shared on all these platforms, and if you don't want to listen, I'm not going to force you. It's just there for your taking.
You're repelling me.
Keep watching. We need the algorithmic engagement. Keep watching. You must watch this.
Neil, I think you do a hugely important job, which is essentially being the public face of your discipline.
He looks tired.
Post-pandemic, science has taken a battering in that people have lost a little bit of faith in scientists as a result of, things that people said. For instance, that people were saying, well, if you take the vaccine, it means that you can't pass it on, the virus, and then that turned out not to be true. Now, obviously, I'm not asking you to comment on that, but just, do you think that people are now just a little bit more skeptical of scientists, a little bit more untrusting?
So there are a couple of loose edges there. So let me explore that with you. All right. So first, no single scientist ever communicates the truth unless they are communicating a...
Then why do they say they are the truth? We've had that. And we've had our state scientists on Twitter and elsewhere. State-approved alleged scientists, and technically they were scientists, but they got the bottom feeders, because I'm pretty sure the real scientists that were worth their salt weren't corruptible to say these things, because they knew that in the scientific community, the real scientific community, they would be, oh god, the German word is unten durch. Under through. how do you say that in English? They would basically just be the sewage. Nobody would want to interact with them anymore. And I doubt that anyone who's not in this corrupt network, just wanting to get paid on the daily, well, that sometimes happens. You don't know. You think you get into. You're a good scientist. You think you get into a nice facility, and then it turns out you're actually doing some sketchy shit. But you can't talk about it because you signed an NDA and you can't really find another job right now. Maybe you relocated, you moved, and then you're stuck at that horrible place and you are creating the next Zyklon B. And you don't really want to do that. You also know that if you don't, someone else will, and you also don't have another job. So I wouldn't lay it on to everyone who's in that corrupt network. But the network itself is the problem. And those things usually have a head, and it's the head that stinks, and it's the head that needs to go. And then hopefully the rest crumbles with it. So, what's the issue here? We had people that the state told us are scientists, and they spoke the truth, and we have to do as they say, or we get SWAT team raided. That also happened in Germany, by the way, with some people being on live streams, having their cameras on, and the German police swatting in. Because they did not agree with some of the things that we can now openly say. Like, I guess the masks didn't work as advertised. I guess the 1.5 meters distance or 2 meters distance actually didn't do shit. Or, I guess the things we got syringed weren't as great as advertised. Like, they didn't prevent further giving the disease to other people. Because no vaccine in the world does that. None. There is no thing that does that. It never was. Everybody who knew the basics about immunology knew that. And suddenly we are not allowed to say that the sky is blue. And we are told that, the science, trust the science, believe the science. I'm sorry, that was not science. And you cannot defend that in good faith, Mr. Tyson. Sarek?
And even now on the over-the-ear mask, it says will not prevent the spread of the coup.
It said so on the fucking package.
It says it now. It didn't say it before.
It depends. There are brands of these where it said on the package that it will not prevent from bacteria or viruses. Which, because the blue things especially, they're just to catch your spittle, so that they're for operating rooms, so that you do not drool into the patient. That's what that's for. I mean, come on. It's the thing. Like, I rant a lot about German schools, especially the ones I went to. There were many, many big problems. There were many things that were just sullied because how bad they were, how bad the teachers were. But I will always break a lance for my natural science teachers, because man was I lucky to have them. They were amazing. And I think we learned some things that went beyond the curriculum. I don't know for sure, but our natural science teachers at the schools I was at, they were so good at conveying the science that we could go really fast through it. Everybody picked up on it. It was great. And we had genetics. We had immunology to the point that it was known at the time. And if you have these basic knowledge for these topics and some more, you just, when this whole thing started, you just looked at that and thought like, well, my school knowledge told me different. And my kids' knowledge from educational kids' cartoons like Once Upon a Time the Human, was a French cartoon, had the third episode on the first season was about the immune system. And even that, which with very spicy jokes in the German version, even that told you already everything you needed to know, that what they told you right now was the complete opposite of what you've known for 30 years. 20 years, doesn't matter. What basically science knew for a century. And suddenly the opposite was supposed to be the case? No. And then to not explain why. Just with authority. And that ruffles feathers, especially in a country where we are taught from childhood on this slogan, beware the beginnings. To question authority, because we Germans have the obligation to never fall for this fascism thing again, to never have the Nazis come back. Beware the beginnings. And here we suddenly have the state telling us the opposite of science in order to survive, or we get the SWAT team and our lives destroyed and punished and put to prison. I'm sorry, if that's not the beginnings, I don't know what is.
Consensus observations that have been made, and a word than consensus to use in that sentence. Because typically when we hear the word consensus, it relates to about something. In science, it's not about opinions, it's about the results of experiments.
Uh-huh.
And if you have a set of experiments, most of which lean in this direction,
all the mice died. Can I say that?
Yeah.
All the mice died. The masks didn't work. We have the experiments. And I don't think we needed to make them afterwards. We already knew what they worked against because that's what they are used for. Bloody hell, look up what kind of gear you need in order to protect yourself from viruses. So, have you seen the movie Evolution? This 90-minute shampoo advertisement? Come on. Don't let me down.
Which one?
Evolution.
No.
Yeah. Oh. I'm sure someone in chat has. So they go down where the alien life form is that is evolving hyper fast. Like it's going through the evolutionary process in this cave and creating all these different creatures and goes up to apes at the end. And well, it all starts with tiny, like it's basically a variant of the Thing, if you will. There are some references to that in that movie. And when they go down to that place, so to not get infested by that alien life form, that microscopic alien life form, which would still be a bacteria, not virus, they're in full body condoms with internal pressure, because that's what you need in order to prevent having something getting in. You need to be in a high pressure suit. Otherwise, well, virus gonna get you. Oh yes, David Duchovny was in it. And the blonde guy. I forgot the name of. Wasn't Jack Black in there too?
In what?
Evolution. There's some people in the chat who remembered it. Anyway, sorry for this tangent, but basically everything they told us was bullshit. And they advertised to us faulty products. That they then said, oh, if you have trouble, that's probably from the disease, not from the cure. Which wasn't the cure. It was also not a preventative measure. It's just horrible. This is probably the worst scam in human history, and might have been the worst thing to affect humanity since the communists and the Nazis. And bloody hell, if we find out this is all related to the socialist connection, well, then we can just add that to their death toll and other horrors. But that will still take time. It's not a fun time to be a historian.
Instead of that, it's like, hey, we're on to something here. And I'm going to go with the consensus of those.
Oh yeah, what I wanted to say. All those experiments are worth nothing, by the way, if the results are hidden. Because, they don't fit the political interests, the political narrative.
Observations and experiments. And they have nothing to do with the individual. Okay? So what's curious to me is we live in an era where you can channel surf on YouTube. Is that what it's called? Just surf on YouTube. They're not channels, I guess. You surf on YouTube and you land on somebody who says, the mainstream thinks this is true. The establishment thinks this, but here's the actual truth. You're all in on that. Okay, now, but why are you all in on that? And there's something about the lone genius that we wanna snuggle up to them rather than the faceless establishment.
Sorry, did he mean Longinus? Longinus?
Longinus?
I am not familiar with the word. Lone genius? I'll get back a little.
You're all in on that. Okay, now, but why are you all in on that? And there's something about the lone genius.
Lone genius, okay.
Yeah.
That we wanna snuggle up to them rather than the faceless establishment. Because
the establishment can never be trusted, because the establishment is always corrupt. The lone genius may be corrupt, maybe a schizoid. You never know. There's a lot of those doomsday preachers. If one is correct, how are we to tell? Because there's 12 others. That's where scrutiny comes in. That's why doubt is important. I don't want to trust either. I neither trust the lone genius nor the establishment. If one of them doesn't make sense, I'm not going to trust them. And there's a lot of things that happened that didn't make sense. Like, look, here's a thing. One of the things that happened during the coup was that I count officially as disabled due to the autism. It's a disability. And it's good it's a disability, because bloody hell, there are some very disabling things about it. Like I have regular migraines. Basically, I always have headaches, and sometimes I have migraines. Not having a headache is very, very rare. The thing is, so all the people who say, "Oh, autism is great, I identify as autistic," and all of this shit, like, go into a corner and shrivel up. Because there are some people who got almost only the positive traits of this whole autism soup. And some people, the majority of autists, have only negative aspects. I'm somewhere above the middle. It is, however, still... it prevents me from having a normal job, because I cannot, due to being drained so much, because my brain is constantly overloaded, my battery is exhausted rather quickly, and that means I need a long time in solitude to replenish that. And that doesn't work with a 9-to-5 job 5 days a week. I cannot predict functioning like that. It burns me out. I've tried. I can do other things, though. But generally, the official definition in Germany for what constitutes being able to work, I cannot fulfill. Therefore, I have this stamp on me, which is okay, because it gives me some benefits to counter that, so that I can have a can try to build a normal life and become productive in other ways, and therefore contribute to society. And I would hope that more people would be like that, because if you just want to sit on your ass and just eat up the money, I think that's just sad. But that aside, the thing is, so I have this stamp is disabled. Okay. What I got in the beginning of the coup, before the first vaccines were rolled out, I got a letter from the health ministry that said, oh, because of my various diagnoses, I was in a special, because of my disabilities, I was in a special category of especially vulnerable people, and therefore I could get the shot before everyone else if I wanted to. Now the thing is, while I do have a lung issue that seems to have healed itself, I only have the cough, so it must have healed itself in the last 20 years, because my mother was smoking like an industry factory without a filter, since I was a baby, and so I had a very, very bad cough when I was a child. That had healed itself. I was at the lung doctor some time ago, and it turned out my lungs are like prime. They're prime lungs. I just still have the cough, so it sounds as if I have a lung issue. The thing is, none of the things that were, and at the time, in my data bank, in my list, in my data from the health insurance, which I'm not sure the state should have even have had access to, had any relation to the coup. None of it. There was autism in it, and a leg issue. I don't think you're more vulnerable to the coup because you're autistic or because you have a knee injury. I wouldn't know what else is in there. Hypothyroidism, not a coup issue either. But I got this letter that told me, hey, you're super vulnerable, you disabled person. Want to get the shot earlier that we didn't test? Huh? Want to get it? Huh? Want to try? Well, I didn't, because that sounded horribly fishy to me. You send letters, the state sends letters to the disabled and the old that they can get their shots early, after they've told us for years that we're too many people on the planet. Whew. And I have no condition that justifies any of that. Someone tried to tell me, oh, maybe they just sent it to everyone who's disabled. And yeah, that's my point. That they didn't check for the things and they just want to help people. Like, no. If they send it to all the disabled people, regardless of what they have, I think that spells another reason. Something that maybe I'm not allowed to say out loud. Yes, at the very least, it's a lab rat issue. And by the way, all the rats died. Tangents. Sorry.
That person is speaking passionately. And
right. Sorry, had I told you of that? That I had gotten that letter back then?
No.
What do you think of that?
Seems fishy.
That suffices for me.
our response to fellow humans speaking passionately in the advertising industry. They could just show you a bar chart of why their product is better than everybody else's. But no, they have a person saying, I use this and it changed my life and it'll change your life too. That's what you listen to.
I looked at the bar charts. The bar charts were shit. Did you know who got least affected by the fucking coup?
The people that, the people that didn't follow the lockdowns?
No. Smokers.
Oh yeah.
Fucking
remember seeing
smokers. Nothing kills them. I hate it. Because nicotine is an anti-inflammatory. So smokers smoked anti-inflammatories right into their lungs while a disease was going around that attacked the lungs. It was the chart had the marker so far in the negative it was in the text for smokers. It's like, what the fuck? So, for 2 years, the cigarette industry should have gotten a big boost by the government advertising, hey, this disease attacks the lungs. Cigarettes contain nicotine. Everybody smoke for your lives. It would have been less cancerous.
Blind to the statistical representation of reality. And
look in the mirror.
Okay, we're human, and do I complain about that or just try to navigate that? I don't know. I do know we're not very good at thinking statistically about the world. Okay? And if we were better at it, no one would play the lottery. Okay? Just let's understand that, all right? And we have...
Nah, the lottery is about buying hope.
Yep. There's nothing great about the lottery.
Yeah. And by the way, something that Games Workshop doesn't understand, and why they run their shops into the ground. I don't actually know why they run their shops into the ground deliberately. Maybe they just want to make their company less valuable while somehow still making money. I don't... That company doesn't make sense. There's something going on there. But what I try to get across is Games Workshop, for example, the people who make Warhammer, they're not selling models. They're not selling paint. They're not selling brushes. They're not selling glue. They're not selling books. What are they selling? Do you have an idea, Cyrek?
Entertainment.
Yes. They sell fun. And the models, the paints, the brushes, the books, that's just the medium, the catalyst that conveys the fun. And that's why Games Workshop shops that do not offer games in their shops are not selling fun. Because they're not even advertising fun. Because no one's there. And how did I get to this tangent?
I don't know.
Oh, fuck, I'm sorry. Something Neil said, I'm sorry. I am getting more sleep lately, though. So it maybe by the end of the year I'm making more sense again.
People who exploit this ignorance exquisitely, and they're called casino owners. Okay?
That's why.
They're exploiting the fact that humans fundamentally do not understand probability and statistics. Okay? So
that is a point, but they are also selling hope and fun. And sometimes it's fun to lose if you have silly amounts of money. The problem happens with predatory sales methods like gacha games, or the stuff that Blizzard is doing nowadays with Diablo 4 mobile. I lost track of
Immortal.
it.
Diablo Immortal.
Yeah, the new one is also bad. The new PC one.
Oh, the Diablo 4?
Yeah, it's also... that people said it's even worse.
Oh, yeah, no, it's still pay to win.
It's absolutely atrocious. And yeah, this is... when it's predatory sales methods, that's bad. This is why I'm not a fan of these one-armed bandits that American casinos are stacked full of. But it's mainly for one generation. These things seem to die out with the generation that loves them. But yeah, so certainly yes, there's a problem. But Mr. Tyson also needs to understand that these things are also selling something else, not just the utopia that people get addicted to.
It's an
the dopamine rush
problem, and that with our susceptibility to others who do know the statistics, who then exploit your ignorance of it. That's my first point. Another loose edge is we have institutions and people representing institutions where science research is conducted, okay, or conducted under their auspices. The National Academy of Sciences in the United States, the National Institutes of Health, and the UK surely has corresponding agencies to this. Here's a problem. How well do they know how to communicate? Okay? We're not, as scientists, we don't take graduate courses in communication and how people will misthink what you say. Or
no, your job is not to learn communication. Your job is to learn precise language.
Well, there are scientists that don't know how to get their point across in a manner that the layman can understand.
Yes, but I would not say learn communication. I'd say learn precise language, learn philosophy. And while it may seem like, isn't that the same thing? No, because there's a difference between the same way that there's overlap, but a difference between debate and discussion. I would urge any scientist, especially there's a dozen mathematicians on the highest level on the planet, and most of them can't explain what the fuck they're doing, but they can do it. And one thing that I would put to them, because their minds are complex enough to easily understand this text, is Aristoteles' book on rhetorics. Beautiful. Gives you sentences that are 1.5 pages long, because that's the point, that's the entire thought, and then you visualize that thought, that logic construct in your head, and once it's fully built, it all falls into place, and you can rotate that thing and let it wirken, let it radiate in your mind, let's say. So until you fully comprehend it. And that helps. Even though it's very theoretical, it helps, especially minds like that, to learn to communicate better, because they will be more and more be called to precise language. The more precise your language is, the better you can get it across. When you can then dial it down in the complex words you use, so that you can actually explain it to a 5-year-old, then you're a great teacher. But you don't need to be a great teacher in order to explain it to adults. It just means that you're in the master class then. Yes, I know it's a problem, but I've been there, and I've gotten around that, and I think what helped me most of that is that I manned an info booth on the marketplace about privacy law and basic laws and the Constitution for 10 years, almost every weekend. And I started as an almost mute autist. But these topics were so important to me that I figured how to speak with people and how to talk with them on their level. And sometimes there would be someone who's above my level. And if there was an actually aware person, he would come down to my level so that we could communicate. Because when you talk down to the other, he can't understand you. When the other talks down to you, you can't understand that other person. You have to guess, and everything you have to guess is something that you can and most likely will get wrong. Then you have a wrong interpretation of things. And then you still don't understand things. You just think you understand.
Mm-hmm. That's like with children. I don't ever talk to children as if they're children. I talk to them as if they're adults.
Exactly.
So that way they understand what I'm saying, and also they'd rather listen to me.
Yeah, and then they have something to grow up towards too. If you talk with them like a Teletubby until they're 12 years old, they will always talk like Teletubbies. Do you want your 12-year-old to talk like a Teletubby?
No.
Any parent who wants that needs to see the loony bin. There are some. I've met one. It's fucking scary.
Or how you'll try to say something in a way that no, none of them are trained in this. So now we have people in a once-in-a-century pandemic trying to communicate science to the public.
Oh yeah, here's a thing. This is a topic in philosophy. I would put it in philosophy, honestly. That should be in school. Philosophy is an actual subject that should be in school. Because it is the subject that is about logic. And what is this generation lacking the most?
Logic.
Because the goal of the socialist ideology is to dismantle reality. It wants to get away from an objective assessment, an objective view. It rejects the idea of an objective view. That is not talking about Ayn Rand's objectivism, that's something else, but about seeing reality as it is. Buddhism is about, the meditation you do in Buddhism is about sharpening your senses, your mind, to not be distracted by all the traps and illusions that life, that reality, that society lays upon you, and just see the world as for what it truly is. It's about sharpening your sense for objectivity, which is something that people are probably not aware of, that is what Buddhism is about. Because only then are you able to look beyond, this is the belief, we get back to belief, only then will you be able to look past the veil of reality into what's behind, where enlightenment awaits. But you cannot even closely get there if you cannot even look at reality for what it is. How are you supposed to see enlightenment? How do you know to discern enlightenment from a devilish temptation? You can't. Because the latter disguises itself as the former. That's the whole joke. And philosophy is about finding objective truth. The people who call themselves philosophers and don't do that, the subjectivists, they're not philosophers, they are sophists. And I would urge you to look up that word. And a lot will become clear. Socialists are not philosophers. There are no such things as socialist philosophers. Anyone who is a socialist philosopher is really just a sophist. Someone with magical beliefs that he tries to impose upon reality, that he wants reality to be, instead of trying to figure out what reality is. Meaning the philosopher and the scientist are closer together, or are as close together as are the sophist and the fanatic. And they are opposed to each other. Just that the sophist and the fanatic often pose as the scientist and the philosopher. And it is our very difficult task to figure out who is who. And once the sophist and the fanatic hold control over education of our children, you can be sure they're not going to grow up as philosophers and scientists. They're going to grow up as sophists. Or as very, very confused sheep. Very confused and useful idiots. Fanatics.
Yep, as we've
Okay.
been seeing here recently.
I don't want to call it a total disaster, but there were parts that it was like, no. So, with the benefit of hindsight, let me say how it should have happened. Okay? The CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention in the United States, here's what they should have said. They should have said, here's what we know today based on a set of research results that have come in. Okay? And you don't focus on one researcher, there's the ensemble. Okay? Here's what we know. And based on this, we recommend that. Okay? Based on this, we recommend that.
Yeah, that would be logic. I would be on board with that.
We will update you weekly on what we have learned because this is a hot area of research. And as research comes in, if it continues to reinforce these results, we will continue to urge you do these things. If we find research that does not completely agree with that, we will tell you that. And we will be honest about these uncertainties. Okay? And we will only make a federal level requirement when we have the statistical confidence in the research that has been conducted. That's how it should have unfolded, but it didn't.
That sounds so good, Neil, but we were so far away from that, weren't we?
We were, but to do that, it requires that you have some sense.
Because all of that stuff that you want, Neil, and I fully agree with you here, all of that stuff went against the narrative and what the people behind all of this, who owned all of these labs, who were profiting from pushing this faulty product, it would not have benefited them. Because it wasn't about helping people, it was about making bank. And that's the best interpretation. The most positive interpretation is that it was just people wanting to make money who didn't care who'd get under the bus, or how many, or how young. That's the best interpretation of what went wrong.
Because if you're reporting science, you're reporting the statistic. No scientist will ever say this is a certainty and this is totally. They'll say this. We have a 98%, a 95%, because we have statistical measures of the results we get. That is the currency of our communication in any scientific journal. So the person reporting this should not say we are certain of this. They should say our data show that is a 95% likelihood of this being true. Okay. Now you have to ask yourself, if you're about to cross a bridge that was just built and 95% of random engineers you come up to and say, tell me about this bridge, they'll say, it's going to collapse with the first truck that goes over it and you'll be dead because there's a long drop. Percent of the engineers say, no, you'll be fine. What are you going to do? I'm going with the 95% of the engineers because there will always be outliers.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, just anyone who's nitpicky. 95% safety for bridge crossing is too low. That's a 1 in 20 chance. So every 20th person dies. That's not a bridge I want. But his metaphor is well enough.
Always. That's why one person, one research result is not.
But in regards to safety of medicine, 95%, it's like that bridge. You don't want medicine that is only 95% safe. 95% effective without side effects? Okay. Like if you have no side effects, why not take it? But they denied there were side effects. That's the insane thing.
And now we're seeing the side effects.
We saw the side effects right away.
Some side effects took longer.
Yes. And with some people, it took longer.
Specifically, I'm specifically not the minor side effects like nausea, dizziness, things like that. I'm talking about like blood clots.
Can we say that on YouTube now? Is that allowed? Oh dear.
I don't know.
A not close but friend, I would say. He got 4 types of cancer at once. One of them brain cancer. How the hell? And it's not comprehensible. And that has never happened in human history before. First off, you don't get 4 types of cancer at the same fucking time. Secondly, when in history has that ever happened before?
I've heard of people contracting 2 or 3 different types of cancer.
He had 4.
That's because the way that the body works is it will send the white blood cells to attack the cancer, and then other cancers can grow from that, because as cells die, you always have a chance of getting cancer.
It sounds like a later stage thing.
Yeah. So one cancer can lead to another, and so on.
Yeah, but not for out of the blue.
No, not out of the blue.
And other weird shit. And strangely enough, the people, and we have the statistics for that, the people who did not get the syringe, none of these fucking side effects. No sudden death, no magical super cancer orchestras, no clots. The only people who did get these were people who got blood transfusions from people who had the syringe. I don't know how much more evidence we need for that, on that topic. But if we're not even allowed to talk about facts, then we are not ruled by a liberal society, in the honest sense of the word. We are then already ruled by a despotic tyranny that cares more about making money and staying in control than about caring for its subjects.
I don't even think they care about making money. I think they care about control.
Control is the first thing. The second is money. And that's why you have Hollywood burning its wealth in order to make propaganda. Because they don't care about money primarily. If they cared about money primarily, they would not make socialist propaganda crap. Because 10 years they've been shown that it doesn't work. Why would you then still continue? Yes, there are people who are slow to understand something, but there's nothing ever been so obvious.
And you had people in the outlier part of the statistics posting YouTube statements that, no, I've done my research and this is all bullshit, you should listen to me. No, never do that. Never.
Sometimes those people are right. What if those outliers, Mr. Tyson, are the people who claim that the world is round? And that the sun is the center of the solar system. It's in the word, damn it. What then? What if the authority says that no, the Earth is flat and is at the center of the system? Never listen to the outlier. Mr. Tyson, this is the moment you have left science. This is it. Because you believe that which you call science is infallible. And we're just talking about something that can kill millions. Let's just stick to the people who own all the facilities that produce the crap, and that produce the crap that is supposed to protect us from the initial crap, and governments that have told us that they want us all dead, this was recently at the World Economic Forum, where one of their talkies actually said out loud, it would be better if 90% of humanity died. 90%. They want to make this some Stargate SG-1 feudal slave colony for Goa Woodlord, it seems. Fucking laughable. Those are the people who currently have the ears of our leaders, if not puppeteer them around. You think people are always looking for the new Hitler. They see him everywhere, but where he actually is. He also wrote a book. The modern version of Mein Kampf is called are the books by Klaus Schwab and his lackeys. Forgot the title of his book, but he basically writes the same thing.
Remember.
Yeah, but he basically writes the same thing. Reduce population, so and kill off all the ones but his chosen people, which are the Chinese, because they are the most used to authority and just doing what they're told. Everybody else has to go. That is why you see these race wars in the West that the socialists are putting fire to. They won't save the blacks either. They're just useful to get rid of what's currently on the chopping block. After we are gone, they're gonna go for the black people.
Haven't there been
I'm
people
screaming at you here. I'm just getting excited.
It's great, but Neil, to
I'm getting
engage you on that
excited
point.
Oh yeah, oh, and you can't call me a conspiracy theorist because that's open. That book's written. That was on a pile in the big bookstore here in town. By one of the most influential people on the planet here. That's facts.
Obama?
No, Klaus Schwab. Obama's just another puppet.
No research result should be accepted as the truth. It has to have verification as a double check. Was there bias? Did their wall current fluctuate when they got the result from their plug-in experiment? Were their data complete? Were it not? How did they do? I'll give an example.
The answers to most of these things, Neil, is no. But that same goes for what the people from the government told us to do and believe and succumb to, and how to cripple ourselves and our children, all for the benefit of grandma, which is already insane. Because you ask any grandparent, what should happen? Should the grandchildren sacrifice their lives for the grandparents, or should the grandparents sacrifice their lives for the grandchildren? I don't think that is a question that ever had to be asked or answered in human history, because it is so obvious.
Yeah, it's misleading, if anything.
If you sacrifice the children, the grandchildren, for the grandparents, that means you sacrifice the new generation to save the dying generation for a couple days, weeks, or months. Which means you will have no generation. Which means death. And it doesn't take a lone genius to figure that out. North FC can do that.
Here's an example. There was a research paper that came out recently. Wearing was no better than non-mask wearing, okay, for COVID.
I'm sorry that...
And I said, a research paper that came out recently that mask wearing was no better than non-mask wearing, okay, for COVID. And I said, wow, that's interesting. How did they get these results? So they showed their studies, and people showed their masks and those who didn't, okay? And they compared those results. And I said, wow, I wonder if the people who said they were wearing masks had it completely covering their mouth and nose. Because we've seen mask wearers where the nose is sticking out above the thing. We know people out there like this, okay?
Yes.
There was no mention of the integrity of the claims of people wearing the mask. So then I thought to myself,
that's okay. That's valid concern, Neil. But that also doesn't sound like a scientific study if you just ask people randomly on the street. There have been papers on this matter that actually did the science properly in controlled environments and checked, well, how much is going through? What are the viral loads of people with and without masks? And that showed that wearing the masks is actually more detrimental for the wearer, while there's no change for the people around them. There are several reasons for that you can find information on elsewhere. Sorry for the extensive tangents on my end. The main problem is why these masks are not working, as they are advertised by the state, not by the actual companies who make them, by the way. They don't make those claims. The reason for that is, and we knew this from the beginning, many of the tests that were made in the beginning were based on bacteria. Bacteria are a little bit bigger than viruses. They're basically like size of the Earth compared to size of the Moon. And that's generous. As an astrophysicist, I think you know the difference. Or maybe we could say a size of the Earth compared to the Sun. Maybe that would be more apt. And if you look at the size of the structure of these masks, viruses are gonna get through. Some get stuck, but not a lot. The main problem with this whole thing is that there were also studies done with, I remember a paper, since we're on throwing around papers without names, that claimed that masks would help in filtering, but they didn't test, so they tested with smoke on several sizes of nanometers, but they never went down to the size of viruses. Maybe because there are limitations for that. The whole thing is, they said that, yes, they filter more for the greater smoke flakes of 200 nanometers or something, than for the smaller, but the smaller ones still filter stuff. Yet they never went anywhere near the size of viruses. There were still several magnitudes above that. So you cannot actually make a statement that they actually do filter viruses. Which is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a virus. And you cannot tell me that, because your noodle sieve is not letting the noodles out while all the water is dripping out, you then say, well, it filters out the water. Well, yeah, the water's on the other side of the noodles now. Great. But we don't care about the noodles, we care about the water. So you tell me, we need a better mask. So we get a normal sieve, what you use to make powdered sugar. Well, the water's still gonna get through that, isn't it? That's the problem. You want something as small as water. That doesn't work either. I'm sorry. It's hard to find correct metaphors for this. The whole thing is these things don't work. Also, because all the stuff isn't just coming out of your mouth and nose. Mr. Tyson, if you knew anything about this fucking topic, you would know that viruses that you are infected with come out through all of the pores in your body. All of your sweat ducts and elsewhere. Just like you are constantly surrounded in a very, 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 very thin field, like a fog, of your own white blood cells, because they too leave your body and swirl around you. You basically have air support around you that you create. You know that, Cyrek?
Wait, what?
You have some of your white blood cells also go out through your skin and attack things out there. They don't necessarily come back, but they do attack things in the air. You have air support.
I didn't know that.
It's absolutely amazing. The Japanese also wear those things mostly so just to not cough on people and get the spittle on people. But the thing, this is why, by the way, this is why smear infections are a thing. Where you touch the door handle and it has your sweaty stuff on it. That sweaty stuff has the viruses in it. Someone else touches the door handle to also go through the door, and now that person absorbs the viral load through the skin. That happens. And that's also how the CoV is transmitted. We knew very, very early on that the CoV survived on different area or surfaces for different lengths of time, hours to days, depending on the surface. And what helps is actually wash your bloody hands with some soap, because that tears down certain molecular structures. Done. This is all you can do. Wash your bloody hands. And don't touch people. That's basically the main thing that people could have done. And by the way, don't give too much on your air support white blood cells that go outside. It's just a funny little tidbit. And maybe it's how we know whether the other person's immune system is compatible with ours, and we really like the smell of the other person. I don't know. Because part of that is the whole dating game, where we really get the hots for someone else, even though that person doesn't really look like our perfect type. That's usually when the immune system is very compatible with ours to make a very healthy offspring. So that information needs to be transmitted somehow. Maybe it's that way. I don't know. Science is real fun, Mr. Tyson. You should have not just looked into the stars. There's a lot of funky stuff going on the ground here.
If you're is that mask wearing does not the transmission, or what's the other way, where you would receive COVID or you spread COVID?
It's also transmission.
That would be the result of the century. But the way you test that is not asking people whether they wore the mask. Here's an experiment you would do. You get the N90.
The thing is, Mr. Tyson, it was not even proven that the masks prevent it. You just made the claim that they do. And then we would have to prove a negative all of a sudden. You never even gave us the data that proved that it prevents the spread. And we had data at this point, like this interview is from four months ago. We had at the height of the CoV, we already had the comparative data from countries like Sweden that did not have mask mandates, and they had the same spread as everyone else. Like, the difference was minor, but you can attribute that as well to Sweden being a less dense populated country. Does that change anything? Is that relevant data to take into account? Where you look at two sets of data, two populations, and one wears the masks, one doesn't, and both have the same spread. Would that suggest to you that the masks make a difference?
No.
We do this with other measures that were used. And we get the same bloody results, that it makes no fucking difference. And that is why there are many people who argue, and there are court cases running now, on constitutional grounds, mind you, in several countries, that these mandates, these measures, this draconian stuff, were human rights violations of the highest order with absolutely no basis. And this whole, we just didn't know what to do, so we told people to do this because we want to do something. Yeah, no, you can't do this. And this is exactly the reason why these foundational rights, these constitutional basic rights, these human rights, are inviolable. They must not be messed with, because if we let them be messed with, out of hysteria, and this was nothing but hysteria, then we will lose them the instant some neo-fascist comes along and comes up with some shady, invented bullshit, and we just hand it over. How did Hitler get his powers again? His it was emergency powers. Why? What was the emergency? Well, he lied. There was no emergency. He fabricated it. Do you think only Nazis are capable of that? Come on.
No.
95 material, you'd set up a membrane of that between two sides of a container, of a vessel. And you put COVID vaccine aerosol on one side and make sure it's not on the other side, and then put a pressure difference
COVID vaccine aerosol? I think he misspoke there.
between the two so that this air flows across. And test to see whether the COVID aerosols made it through.
Yeah, those papers were made. It's bullshit. Doesn't work. Mask doesn't work. The masks are not good enough for that, Mr. Tyson. And that's ignoring all the other vectors that the stuff gets transmitted by.
If they made it through, then you'd have an authentic scientific result that said the mask does not work. If they don't make it through...
Oh, you know, when I was super sick, and I had social workers come here, and it was during the height of the coup, they had instructions that when they go to clients, that... and they were changing those things every week. Every week. The things they did and didn't do or have to and didn't have to. They were changing every fucking week. It was pure chaos. And if you can imagine an autist with massive PTSD having constant changes that made absolutely no sense. Like pure chaos. Chaos stacked on chaos, founded on chaos. It didn't help. It didn't help much. So one of those things was, now we every time we are here, we when we are with clients, the window has to be open. Okay, but I have an air filter that is for people with allergies that filters the air in the room so much that there's not even dust. So somebody with a dust allergy, and I have a light one on that. Thankfully I'm not allergic to pollen, but dust clogs up my nose very fast. It filters out even that. And it has a UV lamp inside. Ultraviolet C, the hard stuff. Ultraviolet C destroys spores. So if you want to get rid of spores in your house, the person the specialist who does that, he will use UVC lamps and only fire them when you're not in the room. Because it's actually very, very bad for your skin and your eyes. It also destroys viruses. So all the air that gets filtered through that thing has all its spores and viruses destroyed. That actually helps. And Siemens, a big German industrial manufacturer, put a plan to our government to install in, office buildings, hospitals, schools, air filter systems that, among other things, among HEPA filters, also included UVC lights in order to disinfect the air. Our government didn't want that. Because I guess Siemens did not bribe the government enough. The masked people had already bribed it more. I will give Siemens the benefit of the doubt that they actually meant well and just didn't know this was a corrupt game. This was a corrupt game from the start. So the thing is, I have this machine in my room that filters the air and cleans it of viruses. And then a social worker comes along, but we have the regulation that we have to open the window. The air outside is much dirtier than what I have inside here. I could probably work on microelectronics here at this point, like switch hard drives and such. Not only that, but on that specific day, there was a very loud construction site outside, and I could not even hear what the social worker was saying, sitting across from me on the couch. Because my stupid autism brain doesn't filter noise properly, it only hears what is loudest. So I see her lips moving, but I can't fucking hear her, and it overloaded me very, very quickly. I didn't actually have an autistic breakdown in many, many years, and that was one, because of this stupid rule. So we actually got more crap in, like fumes and probably viruses that were flying outside, ignoring the thing that made sense, the air filter. No mask will do that. Sorry for this long tangent, but this drove me insane. Because there was no sense. Not with these social workers, these left-wing idiots. Not with the state, because it had its own reasons, goals, agendas. What we were sold as science wasn't. And the people that spoke out against this, which were also scientists, they were shunned, they were slandered by the state. Their positions, their university positions, were taken away. It was absolutely horrible. There was, for example, another very good channel that I liked at the time. I don't know if they're still doing really good stuff. Was Valuetainment. Valuetainment had one of these people on, and they had very controversial people on, where the word actually is justified, like mafia bosses, Mr. Gay Frogs Jones, and they had never taken a video down, but they had taken that of this renommered, venerated German medical professor who taught thousands of students throughout his decades of teaching. They had taken him down because YouTube clamped down on them. That was a channel that never wanted to censor. But this topic drove them to that edge, and it's just sad. But who did our government in Germany forth? Some douchebag who did not even have the title of doctor. He didn't have a PhD. Who was seen with Angela Merkel already in 2016 on one of these high-level meetings of state chiefs and such. Very, very conspicuous. And they gave him a professor title at some point so that he could at least put something before his name. That is the epitome of what constitutes a sock puppet. It's just... Sorry?
Epitome.
Epitome? What did I say?
Epitome.
Epitome. It's not my fault the word's written like that.
It's one of the few words that all the letters are pronounced.
That's an English problem, because you have no pronunciation rules.
Even the I before E.
Don't make me get out the poem. I'll make you read the poem.
No, not again.
I find... right, Drosten was his name. The guy could not even wash his fucking hair. And I know that sounds like an ad hominem, but I think his hair was the only thing of substance about him. And that was because he didn't wash it out. Angry tangent over.
Then, result that they do. So that's how that experiment should have been conducted, and it wasn't. But everyone jumped on it who didn't want masks to have mattered, and they accepted this one result because it failed.
Oh, Neil. I would have liked masks to have mattered, because that would have been a relatively easy thing. Aside from me having some problems with the pressure thing, because that actually starts the PTSD shit, so I still couldn't have gotten out. But if that cheap measure would have worked, man, cool. And you know what? Before anyone wanted the coup to be true, I did talk about masks in a positive light, just on the guess, because Japanese people wear them when they have the cold, which is mainly a thing of decency, not because they stop the spread. It's just for not to accidentally sneeze on people.
Yeah, and
But-
even people at my work, whenever they get sick and still come into work because our sick leave for the company is really dumb.
US problem.
Yeah. It's not even a US problem. It's literally the company problem. But the way that people come in and are like, "Hey, I'm sick. I'm going to wear this mask and also these gloves just so I don't get people sick." So there is that where it's like it's just social courtesy to do so, and it may not outright prevent it altogether, but it's here. We're taking measures.
Yeah, but the thing is, if that had worked, well, people wouldn't be against it. But there is so little evidence for it, and rather more counter-evidence. So it's not that masks do nothing. It's just that they do nothing about this. That's the issue. That's the big problem. And what did I want to initially say? Right, I advocated for this before anyone knew about the coup, and I was called a fucking tinfoil hat for talking about the fucking new Chinese disease that's gonna come over here that's doing really strange things before it was in the media here. So I was called a doomsday prophet for even talking about this new threatening disease, and that and about masks being stupid. And that was the year before. I don't even remember the fucking year. Was it 2019 that started? 2020?
Yeah.
I think 2020 it came here. But
very
technically,
beginning of 2020.
yeah. So I talked about at the end of 2019 about that because I'd seen it in the news because I watch world news around the world, and fast forward a few months, and suddenly all the people whom I warned about this, or at least not hysterically warned, but mentioned it to them, and what would be good, possibly good measures, insisted about, this horrible disease, and we all need to wear masks. Why are you not wearing a mask? Well, because my research then, because I looked into this further, because I wanted to know, does this actually do anything? My initial guess as what would be useful. Oh no, it wasn't. So now the same people were telling me about the disease that I warned them about, but they wouldn't apologize for having called me a tinfoil hat. And now those people were wearing the masks, insisting on them, and calling me a tinfoil hat again for questioning the masks. Not only that, one guy sat across from me, who was a really horrible social worker, who did some very shady things. He even, while insisting on the masks, took off his mask to cuff into his fist, and then put his mask on again, and then grabbed a pen of mine to play around with it, with his cuffed in hand. But I was the bad guy for not wearing masks in my own home.
Yeah.
It's insanity. Insanity is being irrational.
And
mattered.
one last thing about the masks before we continue on. Masks are good in very small spurts. You're not supposed to wear them all day at work.
Yeah, the lack of oxygen due to wearing them all day is a bigger threat to your immune system and your brain function, because that thing needs a lot of oxygen. Your immune system needs the oxygen as well. So when you wear that mask all fucking day, your immune system is weak and you are more susceptible to the bloody disease. That's how
Not
these
only
things are
that-
detrimental.
Not only that, there is also bacteria in your lungs that gets expelled whenever you breathe out.
Yes.
And if you continue to breathe in the bacteria back in, it can cause infections and things like that.
Yeah, you're rebreathing more of the crap that should just get out. Because yes, there is stuff that is caught by the mask or is held in by the mask, yes. Because that is also how you get in less oxygen. It's a horrible topic. And it's so dumb.
Accepted this one result because it fed. But so
I wonder
what-
how many
so
topics, how many
that's
papers he has
my
read on the topic.
overblown response to your very simple question about the COVID response and the scientific establishment. So yeah, there were issues in the communication. There's issues in how we receive information. There's our urge to believe the lone person, which has deep flaws completely built into it. And so I hope, in a sense,
The lone person would also be the flat earther. I don't have an urge to believe the flat earther. I don't have an urge to believe the guy who tries to sell me world ice theory. I don't have the urge to listen to the guy who wants to sell me his Aryan myth nonsense. I don't have an urge to listen to the Gnostic madman. I don't have an urge to listen to the socialist. Who you could argue, well, is that a lone guy, or is that like 50% of the population? Even if it is 50% of the population, I'm not gonna listen to either. If it doesn't make sense. The question is, what makes sense to you? Because while my doubt is so far up that I have trouble believing anyone anything, which comes with its own problems, many people are not that doubtful. Many people are subject to the primacy effect, so they believe what's first told to them, and then everything else has to fight against that. That's a natural thing. The other thing is that, yes, there are also people, which you find mainly in the anarchist field, that if you tell them something, they want to do the opposite. They have an urge to do the opposite. If you tell them, don't jump off that bridge, they will say, you can't tell me what to do. They want to jump off that bridge now. Not because they want to jump off the bridge, but because they're forbidden from it. How dare you forbid me? So it's a defiance reaction. It's a reflex almost. And that has an evolutionary reason that those people exist. Because they are breaking the boundaries. The problem is that that's also a very dangerous state of mind. But it's also a necessary one. So that our species doesn't get stuck. And then withers from being stuck. So all of these things play a role. It's not just that, oh, everybody loves to listen to the lone guy who has the opposite opinion. No, there's much more at play.
century, remember some of these lessons as we go forward.
I think it's so as well. I guess my problem with the way that the entire pandemic was communicated, there were people who were incredibly notable, experts in their field with glowing reputations, who proffered a different view. And
that's my point. It doesn't matter. Your reputation, your title, none of that in science, none of that matters unless by their reputation, they have access to large-scale studies that they are reporting to you. Okay? But not the lone person who says, I have this degree and I hail from this storied institution, and I'm telling you that all those people are wrong. That is the sure sign that you should not pay attention to them. Okay?
Yeah, so he's arguing for flat Earth under the Catholic Church in its darkest days. He argues for shunning Galileo Galilei and Copernicus. Or am I misunderstanding him here?
I honestly could not understand what he was trying to get to in his argument.
He's trying to say that the science establishment trumps the lone guy who goes against the science establishment, who says, no, it's the other way around. I'm also a scientist, and I say it's the opposite. How often?
Wait, wasn't the Galileo thing disproven? Like, he wasn't imprisoned and shunned for saying that the sun is the center of the solar system? I'd have to look into it again, but I remember there was a whole thing that came out that from Galileo's own diaries that wasn't the case.
Well, that's good to hear. I only know the story from Bertolt Brecht's stage play, which is which is fun. It has some jokes in it that are not obvious.
I think it was something else that got him punished. I think it was him going up against the royal family at the time and calling them out for their heresies.
Oh, well, that can then get you... Well, then a counter move would be to use find some excuse where he is a total heretic and get him imprisoned for that. But that's speculation on my part. So that's where this could come together. But you also had Copernicus, who the church also wasn't very happy about. It's just that I'm saying that just because there's the lone genius, as Mr. Tyson says, sometimes the lone genius is right. And it's usually been the lone genius who's pushed us further.
Isaac Newton.
Uh-huh.
I need to get his theological works because they seem interesting.
Yeah. The scientific establishment in physics around Albert Einstein was not happy about the work of Niels Bohr. Turned out Niels Bohr was right. New theory, woo! The scientific, if you want to call it that, establishment before the Aztec Empire was discovered thought that there was never a high-level civilization in Latin and South America until two daring adventurers got the support they needed, the monetary support they needed for a daring adventure, to then find those fucking huge temple cities. And suddenly everything shifted. Continental drift. The establishment was like, that's not a thing. It's pure coincidence that the coast of South America and the coast of Africa kind of fit together. Total coincidence. No, continental drift is a thing.
And then you have people who say that Tartaria is a thing.
Yeah, the lone genius is not always right. Sometimes it's just a schizoid. And the difficult thing is to figure out who's the lone genius and who's the schizoid. And sometimes it's the person's both, because the schizoid shit actually leads to a discovery. It can happen. It's of course nothing you want to bet your life on. Well, you can bet your own life on it, but you shouldn't bet the lives of others on it. And that is where we get into the emotional trickery of the whole coup thing. Because with this, they argued that, well, if you don't subject yourself to the draconic measures that we have not proven actually work, you are endangering everyone around you. And therefore, that's why you must do it. But they still haven't proven that they actually work. And they knew, by the way, that the distancing thing of 2 meters or something didn't do jack shit. That it had to be, they knew it would have had to be at least 10 to 15 meters. And they knew that's not even feasible. Nothing could work that way. So let's just use a smaller number. A number that didn't do shit, but they would still be doing something. It then sounded like oh, we're doing something to fight the thing. When really all it does is it forces people to act a certain way, but it had no effect. The psychological, the social research we can derive from this is absolutely creepy. Because it just shows how easy fascism can creep back in. Because this was nothing but fascism. Everybody has to behave a certain way or your life will be destroyed. You will be shunned. You will lose your benefits. You will lose any help you might need. Because you do not toe the line. And that's what it is. You have to be on board. If you question things, or if you dare even be against things, you're out. Beware the beginnings, they said. And they were the very people who begun it.
That is the sure sign that you should not pay attention to them. Okay? This spills over. Spills over into our UFO hearings here in the United States. There are people testifying that they have aliens stockpiled in the back room, and the introduction of them. There's a colonel, or there's a this, and they're a credible witness. No such thing as a credible witness in science. Are you human? That's all we care about. Then
the things that they had in some of those hearings were, yeah, we had these radar readings. Everybody had them, and they were really weird. We had some things on our cameras. They were really weird. We can't explain them. The usual go-to is, oh, it's aliens. Like, who knows? Who knows? Might be the zombie dinosaur reptile alien, not alien, Nazis from the center of the earth. Who knows? Have stranger things happened?
Yeah.
If you
might have to take a break soon. I
Yeah.
might have to take a break soon. We've been going for 3 hours now.
Yeah, you're right. Think we can make it to the 30-minute mark?
How far away are we?
We're at 21:24.
Maybe?
Let's see. I think 30 minutes would be a good thing. Maybe until the end of this topic, and then we can get right into we can get into the next time. Whichever happens first.
human. That's all we care about. Then I will not trust in your account more than someone else's. What I will trust in is the data brought to you by means that do not flow through the biophysiology of human senses. And so, yeah, I don't care what the pedigree is, and that's a problem. Yes, it's a complete problem.
Do you have mean a website? The scientific method?
I have trouble parsing so far at this point because I'm also a bit exhausted. What his big words just meant.
He's saying that he looks at everything and then takes the human element out of it, which fair enough for objective measures.
But he didn't.
Yeah.
There were so many studies coming out that didn't fall into his favor. The human mind loves to cherry pick. That's the problem. That's something he forgets about. That once you have... He doesn't know about the primacy effect, I bet. You want something... And it's not just the primacy effect. It's what do you want to be true? A basic foundational question about it's probably a metaphysical question. Would you rather have a universe that is just a soup of laws of physics, of atoms interacting at random according to those laws of physics that somehow happened because of an anomaly in space-time? Or would you rather have providence where all of this is guided and fate is written out?
Mm-hmm.
If you lean one way or the other, this is just, there are other options, but if you only have these two options, if you lean towards one more than the other, because that makes your existence, your existentialist question, easier to cope with, then you will rather look for, accept, and notice arguments for your choice of that than for arguments of the other, because the other might terrify you. People who like the idea that there is a reason for the universe existing will be terrified by the idea that there is no such thing, it's just soup, it's just atom soup. While people who prefer their free will, and to a very high degree, let's say, are terrified by the idea that there are higher beings that decide their fate, their will, their thoughts for some simulation or experiment or some great plan that where you are only a pawn on a pathway that has been predestined for you, and your decisions are actually not decisions. But it's a secure feeling. It gives you more security. So for one person, the other thing is more terrifying, so you lean for that, and the other way around. And here it's the same thing. Are you so terrified of the disease that you want masks to work no matter what? Or do you think the draconian measures are so draconian that I'd rather not have these measures work in the first place? And then of course there are people in between who think like, I just want to see the data. Which Neil thinks he is one of those people who just wants to see the data. But he actually isn't. He's leaning to one side and doesn't notice it. I hope I didn't repeat myself too often.
Have a website.
I don't think you have.
Then EasyDNS is a company for you.
EasyDNS.
Yes,
That's
yes, yes.
easydns.com/triggered. Use our promo code, which is also triggered, and get 50% off the initial purchase.
Sign up for their newsletter, Axis of Easy.
Yes. Yes.
Be in that situation, and I'm not talking about COVID specifically, but if you look at the history of science, and you'll know this history of science, and you'll know outliers who come in and go, I've got this crazy idea that perhaps people dismiss initially, but later turns out to have actually been correct.
Yeah, the press loves talking about those people, and yes, they exist. They're rare, but they exist. What you don't hear about are the tens of thousands of other people who had crazy ideas who were just crazy.
Right.
Yep. Neil, the problem is, some of those people who are just crazy have a lot of money, a lot of power, politically or industrially, and therefore also politically, and try to realize their crazy ideas. Some of those were Nazis. Some of those were communists. Yes, there are rich communists. It's not you need to get this idea out of your head that communists are these underdog poor people who just want to make it better for. No. The leading communists are always fucking rich. They are the bourgeoisie they claim to fight. And then eventually you can, once you understand that this ideology is all solely about power and about social control, not about being social towards other people, but about social control, then it starts to make sense why there are some super rich people who ascribe to or at least push for socialist policies and socialist activism and fund all of that, because that has very different reasons. The brain of socialism has very, very different ideas than what it tells its fingers to do. The fingers are just useful idiots. They do as they're told. They don't know why they do what they do. They just do it. Bit off topic maybe again. How does that always happen?
Don't know.
Sorry.
It happens.
Minimundus says, Wisp Tyson. So it's not Wisp Tyson. I first read that as a full name. Sorry. Tyson is an actor. He has nothing to do with science. He's like that Knopf Hoff guy for the masses.
He's like, no, Bill Nye.
Bill Nye
Like-
is an engineer.
Bill Nye is also an actor.
Yeah, but the thing is, an engineer is not a scientist.
Exactly.
Uh,
But he
but-
taught.
But Tyson is a scientist, but he's mainly gone for the actor role. While
Yeah.
the Knopfhoff guy, I think he was solely a TV presenter. Because he just read the scripts. The scripts were written by other people. So if the truth is different, someone correct that in the comments. I've never looked up the Knopfhoff guy, but he was very charming. The thing is anyone aware what Neil has done in regards to research, in regards to astrophysics? I can believe that he did something up until a point and then just stuck with the media stuff.
I believe his early career was filled with mapping the stars and things like that. And then now he's in a teacher role.
Okay.
Like here's how astrophysics work.
Yeah, when you do actual astrophysics work, it's a very nerdy science. It's a lot of, oh, we gather all this much data, now we need to interpret it. It's magical to people who understand it. The thing that he does, that Neil does with his infotainment, is that he tries to make it appealing to people who don't know how the actual science is done in this field. Because man, it's dry. But people who are like that guy in the Matrix who sees the numbers scroll across the screen and he says, hey, you only see ones and zeros. I see a brunette and a redhead and a blonde. And that's what it's like for the astrophysicist nerd. He looks at the data and he sees a red dwarf and a black hole and yeah, it's cool.
It's like the crazy man who actually is really good at what he did and changed things and how people look at the field was Terry Davis with programming.
Did he
Temple
work
OS.
on the dish in Australia?
No. Terry Davis was I forget what his I mostly know his like insane art where he went completely insane and then passed away.
Okay, then I'm don't have a connection in my head, sorry.
But
the Temple OS guy.
Yeah, Temple OS.
Oh man.
Like he built the program to where you can actually build physical objects into the program and they function in code.
Damn. One of the things with higher math and also higher levels of programming is that they require the brain to function in a way that it is not really useful for the hunter-gatherer thing or even modern society. It borders on what inevitably produces forms of insanity. Or you're very lucky if it doesn't end there. The guy who made economic theory, I forgot the name. Was it A Beautiful Mind? No,
Probably.
it was something else. Who made leaps in economic theory? An American. He also had schizoid delusions, where he was truly paranoid at the end and was hallucinating.
Yeah.
So
Terry Davis is also where we get glowies from.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think you should dismiss the term just because of that. It's just a fun reference.
No.
It's a funny reference.
There are no books about them overcoming the resistance of the establishment. Nobody writes about them.
What? Copernicus! And about Galileo Galilei, we have stage plays. We have fucking stage plays. Well, I mentioned some other people. There's this whole movement about in medicine, in operating, where hey, maybe we should disinfect our knives between operations, or even at least wash them between patients. How about that? Germ theory. No, it's miasma. It's miasma. Fuck your miasma.
Yeah, the man who discovered or acknowledged germ theory was deemed insane, and now look where we are.
Mm-hmm. Like, what is Neil smoking here? Science was always the thing that went against the establishment because it's on the doubt that science lives. Just like religion, that's another topic. We'll get to that at some other point. Because good religion does not foster on blind faith. It fosters on doubt. Because otherwise you don't know what the fuck you're even doing. I am speechless. I am speechless. How Neil deGrasse Tyson is telling me science is listening to what the establishment says. I fucking hell, Oh, Exhumed Legume tells us that regarding miasma theory, malaria literally means bad air. Ah, I never saw that. Yeah, it's right there in the word.
Yep.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm completely shocked. I want another example of a scientist that went against the thing. Well, we have the negative example would be Lysenkoism. That was complete bullshit by some lone idiot. John Money was complete bullshit by a lone idiot. Well, wasn't that alone really? Because socialists love his shit and try to reproduce it, and it always fails. They keep trying again and abuse and mutilate more children. And now we do it on a global scale, and somehow they still don't get their fucking outcomes. Maybe they're using it for something else. Who knows? That's a topic for another time. So yeah, there are the crazy ones. But Mr. Tyson, as we'll see later in the trans thing, he is on board with the crazy lunatics that are not pro-science, that are not scientists in the name, that don't deserve the title.
Because they were just wrong, okay? So the against an establishment is 1 in, I would say, 10,000. Okay, and that's not enough to put all your piggy bank on the YouTube video of that one person thinking they're the one in the 10,000.
Completely agreed. So I guess the next question, logically, is what do we...
Oh, it didn't
completely
stop.
agree.
So, the thing is, however, that 1 in 10,000 lone genius still needs support. And some of the lone idiots also get support. If that lone genius did not get support, he'd just be eaten up and we'd be dumb before it. This is why we need the process, and this is why we need science to not be corrupt. It's why we need a process to clean up the corruption in science, because there will always be corrupt people trying to capture something for their personal gain. And that gain may be monetary, that gain may be in power. That's all. Science is not free from that.
Put all your thinking they're the one in the 10,000.
Completely agreed. So I Completely agreed. So I guess the next question, logically, is what do we do with those people who, to use your terminology, are plumb wrong? Because we saw during the pandemic, these people were demonetized. They had their channels cancelled. They were shadow banned and all of this kind of stuff. Now,
And
from
they were right.
a layman's point of view, I don't think that is a good way of dealing with that, because what you do is you give these people a glamour they perhaps don't deserve, or they don't deserve, because you effectively say their voice is so dangerous, they can't be, they must be silenced.
So that's an extremely important point. I just have a different answer than what you're looking for. I think it's a matter of free speech. And if there are risks in a world of free speech, that there could be people who are dangerous because they create instability in a system, or because they...
Oh. People who are dangerous because they create instability in a system. Like the Soviet Union, Communist China, North Korea, or the Nazi Germany? Keep that in mind for what he's going to say. I hope it's not what I fear he's going to say.
There's a reason that there is not free speech in those countries.
Mm-hmm. Free speech is what allows doubt. Free speech is the only thing that can bring the light of objective truth into a corrupt world and burn it away, so that freedom can foster. Freedom can actually breathe. And that freedom is life. There is no life under tyranny, despotism, lies.
That there could be people who are dangerous because they create instability in a system, or because they lead people on a track that may be impossible to reverse. You look at Hitler in 1930s Germany, for example, it required all-out war.
Thank you for mentioning
correct the attitudes and feelings that Germans had about themselves relative to the world.
No, that's, by the way, that's bullshit again. You know nothing about fucking history. That was not how that worked. It was an economic thing mainly that the Nazis argued for. The people followed him because he promised a way out of problems caused by World War I. And if he brings up the anti-Semitism, I don't want to open up that bag of worms. I hope he doesn't. Because in short form, after the Night of Broken Glass, which was not done by the Germans, but solely by Nazi party members, die Sturmabteilung, which were Germans, but they were just the people in the Nazi party, not the German people in general. That backfired. That was a PR disaster. Because the Germans, the Germans, they bought at all those Jewish stores, they knew those families, this was their neighborhood. Everybody knew each other. They didn't see those as bad people. So the whole anti-Semitic propaganda backfired for the Nazis. After the Night of Broken Glass, anti-Semitic propaganda was dialed down massively. Everything else went up. The anti-Semitism of the Nazi party was mostly done within the government and behind the scenes. That's why the German people knew so little about the Holocaust. They were not supposed to. Because it would so massively backfire. That's the fucking problem. But, other topic. The whole, what the actual Nazi propaganda was, is not even known very well by Germans because it's not taught completely in German schools. And how the Weimar Republic failed. Because the Nazis mainly had a chance because the Weimar Republic failed. Because it created massive inflation. Because it wanted to spend it was not because of the reparations. They played a role, but it's a minor one. They had massive social spending. Some of that went into, what was it? The Rhineland, where that is something that has to do with the reparations, but it's a side topic. I have to actually look up the stuff in German again to translate it in my head. But mainly, massive social spending. And they had no economic grounds to finance that with. So what happens? Hey, we have this new fiat currency, not actually any gold-backed money. So let's just print more. Oh, where does this inflation come from? Well, let's counter it by printing more money. Oh, hyperinflation, where did that come from? And you have economic collapse. And that's a good moment for some tyrannical shit coming along. There are other topics, other reasons playing into that. Big topic, other time. But yeah, free speech is necessary. Free speech advocates, basically there was no free speech in that. My school was named after the siblings Scholl, who were printing pamphlets against the Nazi regime. And, well, once they were found out that it was them putting out those pamphlets, they were sentenced to death. The brother was shot, and the sister was got the guillotine. Because the Nazis considered the guillotine more humane, and women, even when considered traitors, got a more humane death sentence. Isn't that nice?
At that time. So there's a risk when you have a free society. For me, as an educator, the antidote is the education of how to listen to people.
Oh. That's a dangerous one as well. Like, yes, I know what he wants to say, but he doesn't know how that process itself can be corrupted. Because that's what the socialists do. From the beginning, they tell us in school left good, right bad. Left good, conservative bad. Reactionary bad. And reactionary is everything that's not left. And right is automatically Nazi. Because they tell us the lie that the Nazis were right-wing. Germans don't have a clue what right-wing actually would be. Because they think right-wing is Nazi.
So you nip that in the bud from the beginning. So if someone is speaking highly charismatically about something that's completely opposite what a mainstream view is, I will approach them with skepticism, no matter how charismatic they are.
Will you approach someone uncharismatic with skepticism, or will you rather listen to the uncharismatic person? Because you always have, this is the thing, you always have to ask yourself, what is the inverse? How would you react to the inverse of what you just said? Is the inverse as true?
No, that only one is. And no, we don't give courses on the 10,000 people that were wrong. No, we don't. That's a waste of everybody's time.
In part we should. Because that's how we should talk about socialism. Because socialism is fucking wrong. On fucking everything. Yet half the fucking population believes this shit is still a good idea because education, the education system, one, history in Germany, I'm speaking Germany specifically, and you can map this onto your own countries, how it goes there. In Germany, history classes in school end in 1945. Weimar is touched very superficially. The time before Weimar is touched very superficially. The French Revolution is touched very superficially, and I was taught in school, we had the French Revolution fucking 7 times. And it was always more superficial than the last. They taught us that this was the first movement that brought democracy. Never a mention of the American Revolution. The American Revolution inspired the French Revolution. They tell us that it was the other way around. That was my school.
One happened in the 1770s, the other happened in the 1790s.
Exactly. Exactly. But since we don't cover the American Revolution, I can just make the statement. That's why I say, I hold my natural science teachers very high. All the others belong to the gutter. So, all of this extremely superficially. Never a mention of the Paris Commune. Weimar touched very superficially. We were basically taught that all the Germans were anti-Semites. I don't know why then half of the people voted for all the socialist parties. And, where was I? Yeah, also that hyperinflation was solely, exclusively a result of the reparations. Nazi Germany was utterly superficially covered. We did not cover the war. We did not cover the policies of the Nazis or their beliefs, their mad bullshit. At best, we looked at some documentary that showed us the mountains of corpses, of bony corpses in Auschwitz. Like, be scared, oh, be horrified, children, be horrified, children. Okay, Nazis were bad. Okay, yeah, I get it. And after 45, nothing. No talking about the Nuremberg trials. They were mentioned that they existed, but not what actually went on there. Not that the eugenics were ignored and were told to be ignored. And no mention of the Human Rights Charter that was written in response to the Nazis' transgressions. No mention of the German Constitution and how it was written in response to the Nazis' transgressions. Because guess what? Sarek, you remember when I went with you on the Sisyphus experience through the Human Rights Charter?
Yes.
What did you take from that?
Socialism is completely against the human rights.
Yes. And it is also completely against the German Constitution since World War II. Because the German Constitution since World War II has its, I believe, Article 1 is a bit difficult to explain, but that's technically already it, but it's not written in a way that you can understand it. Article 3 is more verbose, and it says you are not to discriminate anyone based on race, biological sex, religious belief, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Disability and so on. What does equity do in German? Gleichstellung. We have a ministry for Gleichstellung, for equity. We have an equity ministry in Germany, thanks to the socialists.
Equity is stupid in itself.
Yeah, in order to have this equity outcome, this Gleichstellung, Gleichstellung means same positioning would be the direct translation. So everybody is on the same position. In order to determine how you get everyone onto the same position, onto the same level, you would first have to value judge them based on their characteristics. Because you say, oh, we want to have everyone to have the same value, that's why we correct them, their lives and what their privileges and the rights that they have, based on their superficial characteristics, like race, skin color, sexual orientation, disability, religion, and so on. So in order to make that, you have to value judge these things. You are value judging people based on these attributes. To then say, well, to make you all the same, we have to put the people with that skin color down, and with that skin color up, and with that disability up, and with that disability down, or with the lack of disability down, and so on. And that is value judging. That is exactly what the Nazis did. The red socialists just do have a different way of saying what is worth what. They just ascribe different values to these attributes. Or the things that these attributes can entail. That's what they do different. But they do the same mechanics. And what we condemned were the fucking mechanics. And that is why no school teaches, and that's probably all across the Western world, no school teaches that socialism in itself, not red socialism or brown socialism or green socialism or rainbow socialism, but socialism in itself is anti-constitutional and anti-human rights. It is the thing that is condemned by our constitution, and they've been getting away with it for 70 years. That was my impassioned speech for the day. You said you like gathering these for some reason.
Yes.
So, for some reason, over recent years, the word establishment has become a bad word. I represent the establishment. Oh, well, you must be wrong.
It was always a bad word. The establishment is what needs to be questioned the most. That's the thing I agree with the underdog socialists. Because they want to be the establishment instead of the establishment. But once they are the establishment, they always tell us don't question the establishment, because we are the establishment now. Haha. Anyone who wants to make an Is No Good reference, please do so. I love Is No Good. Is No Good is amazing. You never had Is No Good in the US, did you?
No.
Have I shown you Is No Good?
No, you have not.
Ah, we are gonna watch Is No Good. He wants to be Caliph instead of the Caliph. He's the Vizier. It's basically Pinky and the Brain, but it's only brain. It's great.
Oh, no.
I represent.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
Sorry, that got stuck.
Establishment has become a bad word. Oh, well, you must be wrong then. No, that's not how it works. It's not how it's ever worked.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying you should always believe the establishment. What I'm saying is, if you want to believe someone who is against the establishment, you should do a little more homework before you go that way.
Yeah, I did.
And the homework isn't only listening to what they are telling you. It's looking into the establishment and find out why there's an establishment view to begin with. And the establishment view is not from authorities on high. No, it's the consensus of research conducted by hardworking scientists.
No, what the fuck are you talking about? It is the view from on high. That is what establishment means. It's the established party, it's the established rule, the established government. Let me tell you something about German politics, Mr. Tyson. We have a wonderful wissenschaftlicher Dienst. It means scientific service. Or science service, however you want to call it. It is an institution that is directly under the Bundestag, our federal parliament. And it exists solely in order to beraten, counsel our parliamentarians on matters of science, on the facts. In recent years, the scientific service has also been compromised by the ideologues, sadly. But in general, up until that point, it was the thing that actually told our politicians, our establishment, what is and what isn't. That is where your scientific consensus is, Mr. Tyson. However, our establishment only ever listened to the scientific service when it suited their fucking agenda. Whether it was the Conservative Party, or the Social Democrat Party, or the Green Maoist Party. They don't have Maoist in their name, but they are Maoists. And so on. When it's not in their interest, they don't listen to it. When it is in their interest, they say, oh, the scientific service said. When it's not in their interest, they completely ignore the scientific service. When it was about introducing new measures for the election system, like electronic voting devices, the scientific service told them none of this is secure, it's a detriment to democracy, it'll just make voting fraud easier. They didn't want to hear any of it. When they wanted to introduce a federal Trojan, like a Trojan horse in the sense of the computer virus, that our police authority, our secret services were supposed to be using for spying on terrorists and such, which would also contain allowing them to place false evidence secretly, because it's a computer virus. It's all secret. They didn't want to hear anything from the actual experts because they wanted this authoritarian measure that is so insane on every fucking level. Because we know they would use that on fucking everyone who's not on board with whatever the regime is. And we keep telling them, oh, you're always afraid of the Nazis taking over, coming back out of, like, just popping out of the ground and taking over. So why would you want these horrible, authoritarian, despotic, easily corruptible tools when you don't know what the next regime is gonna be that will then have these tools out of the box because you already prepared them for them? They don't have to invent them. They don't have to develop them. You just gave them to them on the platter. Are you so hubristic that you believe that, oh, that can't ever happen, we're the good guys, that will never happen? But at the same time, you try to scare us into the Nazis could come around from every corner at all times. That's the insanity. And then maybe it's not about that. Maybe you're not scared of the Nazis. Maybe you just want to be the next Nazis, not with Nazi beliefs, but building the same kind of tyranny. Where's the fucking difference? I don't fucking care whether your fucking authoritarian crap system, and sorry for all the cursing, believes in world ice theory and magical blonde people, or whether it's some insane thing that believes that there are no biological differences between the sexes and plants are working in solidarity with each other in order to create better crops to feed us. I don't care what your insane tyranny believes in. And if your insane tyranny believes we must sacrifice little children in order to appease the transdimensional reptile gods, I don't care. You have a horrible tyranny that oppresses everyone. That you feed on the people like parasites. That's why fuck the establishment must always be a thing that must be free to be said. At all times. And if I am ever the establishment, you must still be able to say fuck the establishment. And if Cyric is ever the establishment, you must be able to say fuck the establishment. He may not like it.
No, why would I ever become part of the establishment?
No, not part of. Be the whole thing.
Ugh, that's even worse.
Oh, you sound like Marcus Aurelius. Don't go down that rabbit hole too far. Another time.
I'd rather be Cincinnatus.
Okay.
Scientist in a lab whose name you've never heard of.
I don't need to know the name of the scientist. The data needs to be done well.
But moving on, like space travel, when we're looking at the achievements of India, landing on the moon, if we look at SpaceX, it's a really exciting time, isn't it, to be an astrophysicist in particular?
So I have two answers. The first answer is yes, and I look forward to space becoming our backyard, which the space tourism, we're witnessing the birth of an entire industry. A new, it'd be fun if it stayed healthy or continued. There'll be fits and starts, of course, but I'd enjoy taking a space vacation one day, and if you are concerned about its expense, maybe the expense will come down. It did with cell phones. For example, you may remember the film Wall Street, 1987, and there's Michael Douglas, right? He's on the beach in the Hamptons, a wealthy part of New York, and he has a shoulder-mounted cell phone. And I remember
those things are great.
I remember looking at that and saying, wow, I wish I was rich, so I had a phone like that. And so industries become truly healthy and the people who make the products become wealthy when they commoditize it. If you only sell items to rich people, okay, I guess you can make a living off of it, but you don't transform the world doing that. When that became a cell phone that we all carried, and then of course a smartphone, there's 6 billion smartphones in the world today. Now you have a commoditized item. So perhaps one day space travel will become that. I don't know. But the day it does, I would look forward to that. So that's my second answer to you is, and I devote an entire chapter on this idea in the book. It's called Exploration and Discovery. In the last 150 years or so, we have been experiencing an exponential growth in science and technology. So, I'll take your comment, I'll go back to the year 1900 and offer you a corresponding comment uttered by someone in that year. Okay? The head of the New York Central Railroad, when asked, what would life be like in the year 2000? Because people year 2000 time milestones, right? 1900, 2000. And he'd seen steamships cross the ocean, the railroads crossing the nation, blimps. And he says, I can scarcely imagine that advances in transportation in the 20th century will be as great as those were in the 19th. That has to be the most boneheaded comment ever made. He's thinking he's living in special times.
He's not that wrong, actually. All we did was get faster on the planet. And by the way, we don't have blimps anymore. Blimps are awesome. Blimps are awesome. There are ways to build them right. It's just annoying to build them because the factory size you need for them is insane. But there's concepts for that. A friend of mine works in aircraft engineering, and man, he has dreams. All he needs is the money. But no one wants to go into air travel blimps. Because the thing is, luxury travel blimps, like there are cruise liners on the sea. Luxury liners on the sea. That people want that. And all they have is just, oh look, water. Yeah, you probably won't put a blimp full of casinos and swimming pools. But imagine your luxury lining on a blimp. Wouldn't that be something? You'd always slowly see the world. Not just through your little bullseye, bullseye? The little hole of a glass window that you have in an airplane.
Oh, porthole.
Yeah. There's ways, man. Well, yeah, generally, traffic just got faster. But how do you want to marry exploring space with the insane Green Party people who want us to not even use cars anymore, and who are lying to us about electric vehicles, that they're somehow less of an impact on the environment? In fact, they are more.
When you're on an exponential growth curve, the title of your show is Triggernometry, so I'm going to put in some math. When you're on an exponential growth curve, it looks like all the greatest results happened just in your recent years. What you don't know is everywhere on an exponential growth feels like that. If it was 1960, you'd be saying, what a time to be alive. We broke the sound barrier. We have satellites in orbit around the Earth. We left Earth. Oh my gosh. That's what you'd be saying then. So no, I'm not going to say, what a time to be alive. Because any time in the last 150 years, I could say exactly the same damn thing. After a sentence that you would utter, after you shared with me.
I think it's just exponential growth at the beginning, and then we will actually enter, because you don't know yet whether it's just exponential growth forever, or whether that there's going to be a plateau. That it's not a tangent, but a sine wave. Because will we get out, even if we get to interstellar travel, will we be able to make it out of the galaxy? That will take longer than just getting interstellar growth to a feasible level. So I think he has the wrong curve in mind.
Discover space. Why is that important to the human race?
I'm not telling you, I said I'm not going to judge what you should think is important. What I'll tell you is, don't you kind of want to know if an asteroid is coming? I'm just thinking, I'm betting that if the dinosaurs had a space program, they'd still be here because they would have deflected that asteroid that took them out 65 million years ago. And haven't you ever walked out at night and looked up? I know the UK, you have a lot of...
Oh yeah, that's when I knew that the pirate party was beyond rescue in Germany. Because it was supposed to be the party... It was the party founded by nerds. That was all about science and empiricism. And then the socialists took us over. And it stopped being that. and when we made this absolute milestone in science, when the probe was landed on Rosetta, the asteroid. I wrote an article about that and put it on our on our local website from the party, celebrating that, because we're supposed to be a science party, for fuck's sake. They didn't do it openly. The socialist faction and the people who just wanted to use the thing for themselves, not for socialist reasons, they had some socialist influence in them, but mainly it was just personal exploitation. They got to me and tried to ridicule me for putting that on, and with emotional arguments. There was this one woman in her 50s or 60s who had tears in her eyes. She always tried to get people with tears. She always played the strong woman, but once she was face to face with you, she always used the tear ducts. And I was thinking, what is wrong with this nervous wreck? She's crying to me because I put an article about something positive on our website, celebrating the biggest scientific achievement in I don't know, decades. The precision that was necessary for this to work is beyond comprehension. And they whine to me about, not just this one woman, but several people whine, and they were all left wing or something akin to it. They whine to me about putting up the celebration of science, what we were founded for, because it took away from their social cause shit that, and some other, like, some other local bullshit. And really just bullshit. And that was at the time when that website had not seen a new article in months, because the guy we had given the job for that didn't do his fucking job. But every time we wanted to take him away from that position, he started throwing a tantrum. How dare we treat him that way? It was a fucking kindergarten. Neil, I was in the German party that was supposed to be what you wish for. It's not wanted by activists. I'd say that's a minority of crazy people. The problem with crazy people is that they really go for power. And that's why politics is corrupt. And that's why you can't trust the establishment. Because the establishment is filled with these corrupt people. They don't care about what's true. They care about what gives them power. They care about what makes them feel good. There are not a lot of rational people in politics. And that means in government. That means in the establishment. And that's why fuck the establishment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to me at least.
Cool, at least one.
The clouds and things, but in places that are perennially clear, the Middle East, any desert area, the outback of Australia, you look up and you wonder, what is all of that? Where did I come from? Where's it all going? These are deep, profound questions. If you don't happen to have those questions, no one is going to force them on you. But those who do will push themselves into new realms of thought, into discoveries that would have previously been inaccessible, because the answers to my questions require that I innovate in ways that bring new discoveries to civilization. So if you were around 30,000 years ago and were huddled in a cave, and the youngins say, "Oh, you're the wise elder, right?" And you say, the youngins come up to you and say, we took a peek inside the cave door. It was left ajar. The cave doors have hinges, probably not, but it was left ajar, and we see like hills and mountains and valleys and trees with these round things on. You wouldn't have had a word for fruit yet. These round things. We want to go explore.
I think a word for fruit would be one of the earliest words we'd have. Fruit is kind of fundamental. This is, I think, here Neil again. He means well, but he hasn't thought his own idea through. Because what I think he's making here is an argument for progress no matter what. And that is probably where his idea about the trans shit comes from. That is so warped. Progress no matter what. Change no matter what. Which, by the way, is a fuck the establishment position, because the establishment, that's the other people in the cave who don't want to know about your bullshit that you found at the slightly ajar cave door.
The wise elder of the cave said, no, we have to solve the cave problems first before anyone leaves the cave.
It's not wrong.
But you sound like to me when you say, why are we looking out into space?
I'm just delighted that you called me a...
In this case, we look into space because in space are solutions for our problems down here. So that is not actually equal. You can make both arguments for colonialism and against colonialism. Because you can argue that, well, in the colonies that we try to make, we will get economic boosts that will make our life here at home better. True. You could also go the Otto von Bismarck route and say, nope, we're going to stop this colonial business that we just started a few years ago. We have enough problems at home. We'll focus on our domestic trouble. We don't need more trouble in the world. We don't need to paint around on the world map like all of these other people do. We focus on our own people. Is any of these better or worse? Depends on what your values are.
Wise elder, Neil.
Well, you're a shitty wise elder, I think was the point of that story. You weren't a very good...
You help him out there, he didn't really
You're a very dumb wise elder who restricts human growth.
I'll still take it.
But Neil, I'm curious, so we had Eric Weinstein on the show recently, and one of the things that he talked about, obviously Weinstein is right, our ability to explore space is very, very limited, at least in physical capacity. What do you see when you look into the future? Are we going to go to Mars? Are we going to try and go beyond? Is that on the...
Space?
Well, with chemical rockets, you can only go so far.
Yeah, so with chemical rockets, you can get to the planets, surely. You can get to the outer planets. It would take a couple of decades. So if we start living a little longer, let's say we start living to 150, then that's not entirely out of reach, given the recent advances in medicine.
No. What we know so far is that the human brain, under best conditions, would only go up to 220. Or that was the liver. The liver definitely lives longer than the brain under perfect conditions. The human brain cannot live 250 years. By all that we know. So good luck with that. But the next problem is that most people are not made for space travel. And I'm not talking about their physical capabilities, I'm talking about their psychological ones. Not all people, I'd say it's only a minority of people that actually functions in a cramped, very samey environment for a very long time. Meaning introverted autists like me. I don't have trouble sitting for 10 years in the same room doing the same thing. I have to force myself to change that routine, and that sometimes is very necessary. Most people go stir crazy. Solitary confinement counts as torture after 2 weeks for a reason, because it makes people go crazy. It might take longer with me, but eventually it will get to me as well. So, you'd have to design very, very special ships in order to mitigate all the problems that people will have psychologically on such long travels. You basically have to have flying cities.
We would certainly visit the moon, Mars, but the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, maybe. You can do that in a lifetime. But beyond the solar system, no. It is hopelessly far away. Correct. It is the fastest spaceship we've ever launched, which didn't have humans on it, so you can really punch it, all right? If you aim that to the nearest star, it would take 50,000 years to get there.
Wow.
So human physiology is hopelessly out of match with traveling among the stars unless we understand wormholes or something that enables transportation that is beyond anybody's vision right now.
And is there any progress being made towards that understanding of something like wormholes?
No. But for the yeah, next question. So for the time being,
I'm
we're
pretty sure
enjoying,
we haven't even
what's the
found a
dude's name who
wormhole.
opens the portals through Doctor Strange.
I seem to have trouble with my bitrate, YouTube is telling me. I try to get that fixed by next time. Yeah, I'm not aware we even found a wormhole. Wormholes are still just concepts.
So for the time being, we're enjoying, what's the dude's name who opens the portals through Doctor Strange,
Yeah.
Rick and Morty, Rick. These are wormholes through space and time. For the moment, we embrace them through our science fiction. But we are hopelessly... To master wormholes, we would need some form of negative gravity, some negative matter that has the opposite of gravity to pry open a wormhole and keep it. So we don't... No, we're far away from that. It's not even on the drawing board.
And you mentioned the questions that we all have when, well, not all, many of us have, when we look up at the night sky and start to get a glimpse of our place in the universe, which is an eye-opening experience for an eye-opening. So you talk about it in the book. What are some of the What are some of the interesting and important messages that we can take from looking at the world with that cosmic perspective?
Yeah, thanks for using the word messages, because Starry Messenger, that's the main title of the book. The subtitle is Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization. The first half of that title is taken directly from Galileo. His first book reporting on what he discovered when he took the freshly invented telescope and put it onto the sky. And to him, these were starry messages. So his first book is Starry Messenger. And so when you learn about what's going on in the universe and then you look back at Earth, it changes you, right? Let's go back to the Apollo era. Yeah,
so he knows
the
about the lone
genius. But the astronauts looked back
would be
over their
surprising
shoulder,
if he didn't.
and they discovered Earth for the first time. You realize nearly all the most important legislation passed in the United States and a few years later around the world to protect Earth. Okay, we had a Clean Air Act. All right, was in the United States. Then it went around the world. All of that happened while we were going to the moon. Between 1968 and 1972, 73. All of that. Our Environmental Protection Agency was founded. We banned leaded gas over that time. We banned DDT over that time. All of that. Before then, people had concerns about their local environment. You know, if there was a factory polluting your river, you would try to, you try to fix that, the air, but it was local. No one took the step back to think about Earth as a holistic system. That did not happen until the Apollo era.
I would agree with him here. And that is why it irks me so much that the whole space program stuff has been so limited since the moon landings. It annoys me that it has all just fallen back to Earth because the whole moon thing allowed us to look beyond, and therefore also look beyond the differences on the planet, even though there were these deep trenches between people. Today, we have other trenches that are as deep, and I'd even say more dangerous, than the ones of the Cold War. I don't think a moon program will help us look past those or solve them, because what we're dealing with right now are ideologies like that of the Cold War and worse.
So, people say, why do we spend all that money to send 12 astronauts to the moon? To this firmware upgrade that we all felt at that time, changing our focus of concern from your neighborhood to the Earth at large. But how much is that worth to you? And I say firmware upgrade because there are people around that time, yeah, it's time to fix Earth. Are they actively saying, oh, it's because I saw Earth from the moon? No, they're not going to tell you that. That's why.
Well, your wonderful Mr. Clinton didn't do it. Your wonderful Mr. Obama didn't do it. Aren't those the people you would most expect to have your ear, Neil? Because they're the people who fund NASA. NASA's a government agency.
Yeah.
Well, because everybody felt it.
Yeah.
We've been going for 4 hours and it's almost to the 40-minute mark. We said 30
Oh,
minute mark.
Oh, sorry, I didn't check the time. Yeah, but hey, we made it to the 50%.
We've been going for 4 hours. I am so tired.
Sissy Foss.
I was hoping to at least look and see what was going on with Smudcast. I saw it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'm not gonna do it now because I'm so tired.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Then just get some rest, and you can. Oh, I didn't have uploaded the new Sissy Foss picture yet. A pity. All right. Where is the button? There's the button. All right. So we will continue this another time. I had hoped the topic would be over at some point.
Yeah, he just kept going and going.
Okay, but we are at 38:29, and we'll hopefully get to the interesting part later. Like on everything outside the space stuff. Now on the space stuff, Neil is still good. Outside the space stuff, he's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like he doesn't have all the information, just going by what the establishment says,
Yeah.
even though there are studies coming out that are going against it.
Yeah, he thinks he has enough information, and that is hubris. I don't want to call him lazy, it's just hubris. And man, he does look tired. I don't know his eye. I hope he's well, because his red eyes certainly don't add to his arguments. But okay, thanks for everyone dropping by. Do you have a final thing you want to say before I hit the button?
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Oh, the Bear Thing Show says this interview is trash. Well, it shows us a side of Neil that we didn't know before. That's all I'm gonna say. So yeah, good. Have a good time, everyone. Hopefully the next show is not in 6 months. Goodbye.
No, it shouldn't be. Goodbye.